Last we left our heroes, you'd been sailing for a week on stormy seas to finally arrive on the shores of Evermeet, or what remains of it. The first kingdom of the elves, supposedly sundered by the Kraken, who now resides in its place and terrorizes those who come within this range, marked by a perpetual storm and swirling maelstrom. Pirates and sailors have long dubbed this space Seafarer's End, as those who slip too close to get caught by the storm or the beast surely meet their end. Setting foot on the northernmost island, you found it uninhabited by intelligent life, though it had come to find signs of plundering by Merrow, who you know to control these waters and worship the Maw as a god. Knowing these tormented creatures must rest nearby, Hondo dove beneath the waves in search of them, with the intent to interrogate one or several. Managing to locate a settlement at the base of this reef south of the island that you had taken place on, and you seemingly got the attention of some of the aquatic life before returning to the island and the rest of the team, with the hopes that they'd be drawn to this new life ashore. With that in mind, you set up an elaborate ruse of newfound riches and plunder and took on the guise of drunk, newly rich sailors, but in reality had prepared a pit trap and hidden members of your team nearby to spring out and ensnare those who would push ashore. To ensure they answer your questions, Valentine would utilize his magically enhanced charm and suggest they follow your command, and as the sun set over the horizon by the light of your blazing bonfire, several creatures did push onto land from the deep. Merrow and elementals made of the sea fell into your trap and seemingly were surprised to find you so prepared. However, a powerful member in their midst was seemingly unconvinced by your charade. This priest, to the Maw, attempted to rally his fellow Merrow and frighten you from the shore, but to no avail. And with a wise use of mass suggestion, the priest, an elemental, and two of the Merrow were charmed to aiding you learn all that you could about the Maw herself and how to worship her best. For the next 24 hours, they will do their best to aid you, provided they do not come to harm. You asked all you could think of before bedding down for the night, and you learned a great deal. The Kraken had awoken, and as such her worshippers were set to dive down to her lair at a temple in the heart of the sunken city of Evermeet. That all worshippers would bring their spoils and plunder to present as tribute, with the hope of aiding the Maw bring another child to the seas. A child, in addition to the one that had already been awoken long ago, when a particular hammer was brought to the lair of the Maw. I want to note something that I've said multiple times, and I did definitely say it in the last episode, that Stormbreaker is an axe, Stormbreaker is a hammer. And I keep saying axe. It's a hammer.
I don't want to do it anymore then. I don't want to get a hammer.
Finally, the relics or items of power level of these relics seem to be both the reason for her awakening and the items that are most desired to awaken another of her long slumbering clutch of eggs that lie beneath the waves. As you rest on the beach, the night passes quietly and you awaken the following morning to a red-tinged sky and a rumble of thunder from the not-too-distant storm of Seafarer's End. As we begin tonight, what do you do?
Merrow or Merrow buddies.
You guys awaken on the shore, and you find they're more or less where you left them, kind of standing, in the waves as they crash onto the shore, seemingly not really moving. The water elemental specifically kind of keeping to where there is water. You're not sure if that's a specific thing that they can't, or it's just comfortable. You're not sure, but the others are kind of in the same fringe of shoreline, and seemingly just like in a kind of semi-comatose state, just waiting.
Well, that's sufficiently creepy first thing in the morning.
Do we need to ask them more about the relics?
I think so. I think we need to talk too, though.
I think we also all need to make sure the terms of our charm with them were until we need to know all we need to know. So until
we understand.
Right. So none of us can say anything until this is over that implies any kind of finality or the fact that we're done with them.
That we get it.
Do we try and convince them to come on our side, and then we can use them as a decoy or disguise?
So I think they would be willing to take us there if we persuaded them that we need to understand more, and if you took us down, but I don't think they would fight with us. I think once my spell fades, probably by around the same time we fought them yesterday, they're going to turn on us.
And keep in mind, too,
But-
it's almost like a contract, right? So we can't ask of them anything that doesn't go with the original. Like, they'll just turn it down. But I like what you said, Valentine. I agree. If the way we say it is, we need to learn more, and what best way to learn more than to go experience this ourselves so we can, best understand. Maybe we can convince them to take us there. I know, Kyle, remind me, they weren't supposed to be leaving, or they're supposed to be going on a long way, kind of a pilgrimage there. They're not supposed to get there until tomorrow morning, right?
They are setting to the Merrow of the Reef are setting off on a somewhat of a pilgrimage starting tomorrow morning at first light, and it will take, they said, about a day's travel beneath the waves.
If we can get a head start, if we can leave today, then we can potentially get a lay of the land before an opportunity comes up. The opportunity being, we know the Kraken goes away from its lair and hoard and probably baby temporarily to go retrieve new offerings, and then it comes back. So that's an opening. And we roughly know when that's going to be.
But we only have 2 scrolls of water breathing.
48
last
hours.
They last for 24
48
hours.
hours?
They're 24 hours each.
Yeah.
So if we used one, like, are you thinking if we leave early? Because if we left early, it seems like day 3 or like right towards the end is when Mama Kraken shows up and sees what she got for her birthday.
I'm just saying leave slightly earlier than everybody else. I'm not saying leave right this second.
But it's, in terms of timeline, this is the morning you've got this full morning, afternoon, and evening. Tomorrow at first light, they begin this descent, and then tomorrow evening is presumably they'll be at the, if you think of like at sundown tomorrow night, there would be the offering, would be the whatever is to happen in Seafarer's End.
So we still want to give ourselves a little bit of
then.
want to give ourselves a little bit of a bubble just in case in terms of timing with those 2 scrolls for sure. We want to make sure that we're not, literally down to the last minute of those wearing off.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if we can manage, so the other thing to keep in mind is we only have until this evening of these guys liking us right now. There's no guarantee of that working again. And we already
Unless they
made a
cast
request.
again. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
So if we're gonna start moving, we kind of have to before that's over if we want any kind of guide.
Yeah, at least they could guide us to where we go down, which, I mean, I know it's the center of it. But yeah, if we could convince them to go early so they could show us the Fell City or ever meet, then we could get there and kind of hole up.
At least
try and spend a long rest underwater.
I mean, we can use things like the Wayfinder Sphere to try to find out as much information about the area as we can. Speaking of Wayfinder Sphere, Scott.
Who is that?
Sorry, this is out of game. What was remind me again, the whole extended range thing of an item? What's the furthest distance that it says on there?
So it's 1,000 feet off the top, and then depending on the spell slot you put in, it'll bump it up another 1,000 feet.
Okay. Because the one other thing we have to keep in mind, now this is back in game, the other thing we have to keep in mind is they've only talked about Stormbreaker. They haven't talked about the Belt of the Tempest.
You're right. I did notice that.
Which is weird. And you'd think that, I mean, if Ragnar went in there with both of them, they'd have both of them. So why aren't there 2 baby Krakens?
Let's also consider just location where this thing could be. And Hondo, I really think this is going to be your moment. First, it's underwater. Second, it involves stealing. Third, it involves being insanely reckless. I think you're going to have to sneak into this Kraken lair. And if they somehow use the magical relic, her seeing ours awoken her and excited her to bring a new baby to life. It seems like perhaps the magic of the relic has to be at least utilized near this egg, which would make me think wherever the eggs are, that's where Stormbreaker could be. Just something to consider when you're down there. You'll have the Wayfinder Sphere to help guide you, but I would assume it would be near a clutch of eggs.
And who is going to be going with me?
Well, I mean, no, we're not sending you. No one's sending anyone by themselves. That's fucking terrifying. I don't think we all also have to be able to be within relative closeness of each other. So Valentine can get us the fuck out of there if anything happens. I mean, we have a couple options for that, but teleport's going to be our best one. We at least need to be within earring range, like at the very least. The furthest we can possibly be is earring range.
We have to split up though. Half will be used as a diversion and half will be used for the raid.
I mean, even if half are like, right. Yeah, even if half are like part diversion, part lookout, part if anything comes for the people searching, you make sure it doesn't find them, it finds you first, right? Like something to at least draw attention away from whoever is searching, which could potentially be me and you, Hondo. But I know I'm only because a lot of what I have doesn't work underwater. It's not going to. And admittedly, I'm good at finding stuff, and I can't swim very well, but I can be fast if I need to. So at least I can make up for the fact that I'm not a great swimmer.
You could bring, she'll fade in 24 hours though. How long does Mir last? 24 hours?
8. She only lasts 8, and she'd have to be polymorphed or something, or she'd have to be there when. I mean, she's a horse with wings. She is not going to be a good swimmer. Like, not a
Wait till you see Fern doing this, because Fern's coming. He's going to love it.
I mean, we got this guy too, and points over to Keith. Like,
I don't know if Keith should come, I'm going to be honest.
Well, what are we going to do with him?
He could go back with West.
Are you comfortable putting him on a boat that may or may not get chased by a Kraken in the next?
Well, he's there right now.
Yeah, he is.
He's on the boat because I said to him, if something
that's right.
happens,
right.
Break out.
You bolt out of there, you come and like you bail. You let everyone drown or whatever, who cares? You come. So
my sweet boy.
My sweet boy. So he's there now.
How many people or how many creatures does water breathing work on? 10?
I think it's 12, but I can check.
I mean,
let me look at my bag. It'll say on the label.
I don't know offhand, but it's 10 or 12, yeah.
Okay. So how long is the spell lasting on these merrow?
You guys have until basically sundown today.
We have 12 hours.
Let's go and approach them.
Sure. If you have other questions, go right ahead.
I just want to say one more.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, stupid. Kyle, can you look up scroll water breathing? I'm having difficulty.
It's just the spell.
Gordo. Oh, it is? Oh, it's the spell. Okay. Because the potion's individual, but that doesn't got it.
It's 10 willing creatures.
10. Gord, so we have this gate gem apparatus, which we've never really tried to master or control. And Kyle, you can help me out here from a DM standpoint. I've read the card. Do we know that knowledge in the card? We've never tried to attempt the things, but it says there's like a plane shift ability with the gate gem apparatus.
I don't remember offhand if you've ever properly identified it. I assume so, because if you have this version of the card, you had one that was like unknown kind of before. So if you
I think we identified it 20 games ago, and you were like, yeah, it took you over 50 games to finally look at this fucking thing.
From what I remember, the last time we tried to do an Arcana check is you said, yeah, it has a plane shift ability to wherever, like a regular plane shift. It has a gate ability, but the gate ability is only to specific areas, and we were unable to make a good enough Arcana check to figure out what those areas were.
Yeah, that's right. So with what you can see on the gate gem apparatus, it's like this kind of pyramid of 3 sides of platinum, and then set within each face, you can see elements of gate gems that have been like refined and like turned into almost like, beautiful jewelry like gemstones. They're still relatively large, but from like, the natural jagged stone that you guys have had and carried before, this has been condensed into a slimmer version. You're not sure if that has affected the power level or anything, that has escaped you. And you know that basically each side is attuned to a different place. You know that these gems innately were connected to all of the outer planes, each individually to all of the outer planes, but they can be modified, or they can be forced into taking somewhere else, as you've seen with Val's father making like a demi-plane with one, and Carval having basically made what seemed to be like a demi-plane or a connecting plane to either astral sea or far realm, like something beyond the outer planes. So you at least have an idea that one of them would lead to this, whatever, either it's the far realm, astral sea, or a demi-plane of Carval's making, but then the other two are unknown to you.
But
So were
do
you
we
gonna
have
say-
the plane shift ability in one? Or
As far as you can tell, it's got a 1-a-day plane shift, just part of the
Just
game
free
jam.
play.
awesome. To anywhere? Great.
As long as you personally have a connection to it.
Like how we have
Same as it works the same
Perfect.
as your plane shift ability.
Ethereus.
So what I'm getting to is I'm the only one who has teleport. And fuck, I only got one chance at that. But I also have plane shift from Ethereus. Again, 1 a day. We also have this gate gem apparatus, which is a 1 a day. But Gord would probably be the only other caster, maybe Hondo, but more likely Gord, to be able to use the gate gem apparatus. So our backup escape plan that we could take separately, if we needed to in 2 groups, could be meet at the Temple of the Raven Queen in the Shadowfell.
Mm-hmm. That's a
Check
better
out
option
our-
than the Feywild, yeah.
Check out our recap 2 episode for how the fuck we got there on our channel. But Gord, you seem to be aligned with the Raven Queen now. Hondo, you wield her blade. We've been there, so I feel like if something real bad happens, and I'll hand the gate gem apparatus to Gord, we could use this to bamf out. You have to be touching for plane shift, but if something insane happens, if I die, use this to get out. Because that's the thing, if I die, we're all fucked down there. Like,
Also importantly, let's get these merrow to take us to the lair.
yes. Hondo, I know you're eager, but we should figure out what we're gonna do with Keith. We should tell Captain West
What the fuck is going
he
on?
should get the fuck out of here.
as fast as they can. Yeah.
And then let's go talk to the Marrow. So maybe we should do the ship stuff first.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to our boy.
Is there
West.
was there anything else on this island that we wanted to look at generally, guys?
Admittedly, you guys haven't explored past more or less like a couple of feet past this like beach. You did like through the jungle. It's pretty dense. You haven't seen much beyond. There's the sound of like wildlife, but nothing crazy.
I'm gonna go to the merrow, and I'm gonna ask the priest. On this island, are there any offerings that we should find?
You watch as like the like kind of gray skin, partially like almost scaled but not. It's this weird kind of hybrid of a human and a merrow or a triton. You can see all of these creatures look just like dried, parched. They've been like left out in the sun and they look very unwell. And you watch as he like kind of awakens from like a stasis almost and looks to you and like parched and like prepares himself and says, "These islands have long been searched. Nothing remains. All have been given to the maw."
God, I forgot how creepy this guy was.
Okay. Also, one thing, as a Triton, can I take in large amounts of water and like?
You can take in as much water as your lungs and stomach can contain.
Are you gonna mama bird, baby bird this guy? Are you gonna spit water in his stomach?
He can just walk into
No,
the ocean.
That fucking broke you.
Okay, so I'm gonna say I do have. Oh, I have the water bottle.
Mhm.
I have that.
Yes, the decanter of endless.
I'm gonna shower them a bit.
Sure. They don't have any overt reaction to it, but you do watch their skin and scales of the marrow kind of begin to like soak in that water. It seems they seem to kind of just relax and awaken.
I just picture Hondo as if it's champagne, just fucking dousing them.
Also, side note, there's a thing that makes like a geyser with that, right?
Yeah.
We could totally have
use.
like an underwater, like
Mhm.
short term need to get there real fast. Like, skidoo, like underwater sea-doo.
Hondo, we also have your bottle of the Afriti, which we've never used.
No point using it, though. We're not battling anyone.
I mean, it might be a last-ditch effort, but can a Afriti bathe underwater? Is that going to be a problem?
One way to find out.
Yeah, but then what if it's fucks Hondo's not wrong? If we waste it, that would suck real bad.
I think there's always a chance to waste it.
If we get ourselves into a fight with the Kraken, I will use it. But I will not use it if we are just dancing with it.
Or if there's something else specific.
Now that's an interesting turn of phrase you used, which puts the perspective entirely in what you consider a fight and what you consider a fun little dance. I was going to say actually something important. Oh, Hondo, these gentlemen here, and I still don't understand fully their religion and the Kraken. I'd love to learn more. But Hondo, they did mention something about perhaps other offerings they might have back at their home reef base. That could be interesting to see maybe if they want to grab some of that and show us, because I just don't get it. What do they mean by offerings? So should we ask them to do that and come back?
Let's do that. Yeah. Wait. So they would go and bring it back?
Yeah, I think. I mean, I just don't understand them.
Is that the spell?
It could be. Yeah.
If we say go and get it, they're not going to just go away and never come back.
No, you have to explain it. You have to phrase it kind of like how Scott's alluding to, is like, we would understand even better if you were able to, if one or two of you were able to bring something. But the one danger with that, Valentine, is what's to stop them from going and saying like, oh, hey, Steve, I got some people up on the beach there. We're going to show them this stuff, okay? No problem.
Steve is very trusting.
I'll word it to them. So I'll go up to the guy.
Why is it you?
And I'll be like, we want to bring lots of offerings to the chosen.
Yes.
But we don't understand.
But we don't know what an offering is. Do you have any that you could go get and bring here to show us?
We have many offerings in the reef, many things to bring her. But what you carry is what she craves. And he points at the blade at your hip, and he looks like longingly at Valentine and Mary. And you guys don't understand what they're saying, and this look he's giving both of you has made you think Hondo has propositioned him in some horrid way.
Okay, so here is what we're thinking, sir. We're not, maybe I have a vague idea of what you're trying to say, but not quite sure. So you go right now to your reef and bring back a couple items and show them to us so we know for sure what to bring, because we may have more items that we don't even have here that we could bring.
I cannot do. We cannot take from the maw. We can only give to the maw.
Yeah, we want to give to the maw.
You to the monument. I can show so you may offer, but we cannot take from the maw.
Okay. That's a good idea.
Yes. For a question.
Yeah.
I don't know how to phrase it, but like, can the maw just know where we are because it seems to know where these relics are? Like, if we try to get ourselves in there, is alarm bells gonna go off immediately because we're wearing this shit?
I'll ask.
Maybe.
Okay, this is a good idea. We would like to go to see the items where you have them.
Yes, come to the reef, and he just begins to kind of pull into the ocean.
Not yet.
We don't want the maw to. We want to surprise the maw with all the big things we have for her. So, if we go, she won't know about it. Is this correct?
Make a persuasion check. You have advantage, as this guy is more or less charmed by your group. So go ahead and make a persuasion check at advantage. That's good opener.
The first one was a 1 for the listener. Okay. Number 2.
Oof.
Fuck me.
And this is persuasion.
It was a 3.
Rakish audacity. You can't roll less than a 10.
Rakish audacity is reliable.
All right.
Oh, reliable
But
talent.
I don't know if he has it. I don't know if he has it with us.
It's only if he's proficient in
He's
persuasion.
proficient in persuasion. Isn't he?
Does that mean the full circle?
He
Yeah.
is. You're right. He
Yeah,
is.
persuasion is full circle.
So minimum 10 on the die.
So 10, and then I was already 14 plus
So
14.
24.
Jesus Christ! This is so dangerous now for Hondo for any persuasion.
I mean, persuasion is not a auto win, but it is
sure.
in this case, like it just kind of softens the blow of what it is we're trying to accomplish. I've lost track of what it was, the initial like kickoff here.
Would she know? I think was it.
Because Honda wants a surprise party.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you want to go with that north.
Sorry, that's where I was going with persuasion was. You watch the kind of this creeping like look across his face as he kind of like looks to the ocean and thinks, a surprise, a gift. Yes, she would very much appreciate these relics as a surprise. Such good idea. Such good. And she does see through the eyes of the creatures of the deep. We must avoid, so she may not be aware.
Okay, so I'll tell them. So because the maw can see through the creature's eyes,
Thank you.
um,
Stay in character.
we have to be very careful. Very careful. We cannot be seen by anyone.
We could always disguise ourselves to look like Merrow. At least some of us
Okay.
do.
So I will ask him, if we disguise ourselves as one of you, is that will that make sure that we keep the surprise?
I know not of your abilities, nor of how others will perceive, only how the Ma will perceive.
We want to avoid anyone seeing us so we can have a great surprise gift.
Yes, we must avoid.
Maybe we just
I
have to
don't know
be-
why this is killing me so much.
I love it.
I don't know why the way one is phrasing this is just fucking hilarious to me. It's so good. It's so fucking good.
Hondo, why
and-
don't we leave? Okay.
Wait, so we're gonna leave now, right? We're gonna leave, but do we leave them there?
No, we could maybe just ask them, can you just hang out for a sec? We still don't understand. We gotta go tell our friends we don't understand.
Okay, I'll tell. We're going to go get some more gifts and tell our friends about all the great gifts we should give. Can you wait here? Here's a little more water.
Yes, await gifts.
All right, we'll be back. And then I say, let's go.
Okay, so you guys are heading to the wave cutter.
Yes, heading to the wave cutter.
Okay. It's a short journey as the wave cutter is only anchored a few hundred feet offshore. But as you make your way by air or by sea, you can see that already as you get close, you see Captain West and Arrakis and Han and a couple of other crew members are just kind of standing, like awaiting as you make your arrival. But they all very obviously have kind of looks of like
the
misunderstanding.
fuck is going on?
Yeah, what is happening here? But as you are brought aboard, they lower down rope ladders for you guys to make your way onto the ship and to hold up the boats. And West kind of dismisses the crew to get back to work, mop the decks and such. And he kind of pulls you guys up onto the forecastle, up at the helm. And as you all kind of gather, he looks you all up and down with Arrakis standing at his shoulder. He says, "It looks like you had a interesting night and possibly more interesting morning. You just slept with those things watching you.
Mm-hmm.
It was hella creepy."
Yeah.
Yeah, magic can do real cool things, but there are some very strange side effects sometimes. They're not
Yeah,
our
where
friends
sleeps.
forever.
What's going on?
Remember when we had that real fun chuckle about trying to stop the 10th layer of hell from being opened up on the material plane because Asmodeus has a cult called the Revenant Vow that are trying to enslave us all?
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, still true. Still a true story.
Still don't believe you.
Okay.
What does
Why
this
the
have to
fuck-
do with you standing on a beach talking with some mermen?
I'm glad you asked. You know the Kraken that haunts every sailor, every ship that moves onto the ocean?
Yeah, it's a legend.
Surprise, it's not a legend, and you're playing a part in the story that shows it's not a legend.
Okay. We're gonna need, like, either a lot more gold or a better explanation than that.
You brought us here. That was all we needed you to do. We're not asking you to fight a Kraken. That's fucking insane. Actually, from here on out, you guys could head back. We just wanted to give you that as a heads up. What we're really doing is trying to perform a heist from a Kraken's layer of unbelievably powerful magic weapons that she's been hoarding. And actually, she's been hoarding to give baby Krakens to the mer people. Actually, not mer people, the merrowed specifically.
That's what we found out from those creepy fuckers. That's why we need to talk to them.
You guys are tied up into some wild shit.
See, the thing is,
yeah.
you don't even understand just that, like, this is not, I'm not going to say it's tame, but it's pretty medium. There's crazier than this.
Speaking of wild, have we given you one of our playing cards? This is
may
the
not-
Valentine. Not
May not,
okay.
may not be the right time.
Arrakis actually just kind of reaches his hand out.
Sure.
He's
It's limited edition.
like, I'll get you to sign it.
Oh, of course.
West gives him a glance with a smile and says, well, I appreciate you being forthright now. I think I'm stunned. It's probably the best way I can put it. I don't know how to process what it is you're saying. And the piece that stuck out to me was Kraken, and then we're good to go. So I think me and my men will make our way as far away from here as possible.
See, that's rude of me because I shouldn't have assumed. You guys can tag along for this if you want. We could take some of you with our scroll. Or you could use the ship, some sort of diversion thing. It would be super helpful. But it wasn't in the original contract, so I can understand if that's a little too expensive for your taste.
Again, very difficult to tell if you're joking or being serious. I
is
truly
hard.
appreciate the confidence that you seem to have in us. And I apologize wholeheartedly for, I don't think doubting is the right word, because I've seen you in action and it was truly impressive.
That was also like a Wednesday. Like, it was annoying, but it was pretty par.
Yeah, see that's an issue. Again, I appreciate what you're doing, and if what you say is true, and you've now reiterated that it is, we're just sailors. We know a couple of tricks. I can hit stuff all right. He does a couple of magic words. We're not built for god fighting and titan tearing down. We're not believers in legend and myth. We're happy to be a part in your story, but it is your story. In truth, I'm happy to have been here, but this is where I have to draw the line. There are good men here. They have families. If any of this is true, I have to, for the good of them, make a swift departure.
No problem. We might ask you. Oh, I have to talk to him. This is a question from Brawley. Brawley, do you want Keith to go with them, or do you want Keith to go with us? He's your baby boy. Whatever
I
you decide,
know.
we'll support. What's Keith's underwater stealth like?
That's a good question.
And
What is his
swim.
under?
Or it's not going to be great.
No, because I was gonna say goats don't really swim, do they? They
No.
They don't. They're heavy. Especially him.
But if we take the potion, does that give us our swim speed is equal to our walking speed halved?
Taking the potion does nothing for
yeah.
your swim speed.
Our swim speed is your walking speed halved, unless
Yeah.
you're.
It is? Okay.
Unless you have an innate swim speed.
Unless you have an innate swim speed.
Honda
like
has an innate
yeah.
swim speed. The rest of you have nothing, so you would be at half speed to travel. If you don't have an innate swim speed, you will also be making basically consistent athletics checks or constitution checks to maintain the constant swimming that you have to do to maintain movement. It's a lot harder to swim than it is to walk. And for the amount of travel you're thinking of, it could be several of these checks. Using polymorph or other spells that would give you the ability to kind of progress a little faster, you will alleviate yourself from those checks. And in theory, you could move at significantly faster speed, utilizing basically polymorph to turn into like a whale or a dolphin or something, or some other level of abilities that could give you that speed. Keith is going to be slow, but no slower, honestly, than Brawley.
I have a question. I also have that potion of demunition that I never used. I could use it on him and then put him in my pocket while we're swimming.
You could carry him along, but it is only for, I want to say, an hour.
I think it's I think it's a 1d4 thing. You roll it and see how long it's good for.
It could be. So minimum of an hour, but upwards of 4. You imagine at least. So this is another thing, somewhat out of game. The way they were talking about the time of descent and taking from first light to the evening, taking an all-day travel. You guys have ways to travel at a fast pace. You just run the risk of potential exhaustion or stuff like that. But you can travel relatively quickly. In theory, you know how far out to this storm is. You guys can manage that relatively quickly. It's just how deep it is and how traveling through the water will impede you and unfortunately pull you down to half speed. So it's probably not a full day's travel, but it's going to be it's going to be a couple of hours minimum.
I could polymorph myself and make the spell target Fern and make us into a hunter sharks, which have a swim speed of 40 feet. And then I could tow someone who's slower.
Absolutely. What size is
so
a
that
hunter shark?
Let me do it.
So, Allie, yeah, the diminution thing isn't a bad idea. It took us a week to get here.
Yeah.
A large creature could easily pull 1, maybe 2 people.
Allie's tiny. Oh, she's wearing heavy armor.
She's all
muscle.
Speed?
It's not very fast, I didn't think.
Yeah.
Ooh, giant octopus is 60 feet.
Oh.
And he's large too. So we could be 2 cute little octopuses and go pretty fast.
Yeah, same deal.
But polymorph only lasts for an hour, right?
As you guys are still discussing Keith on the ship back
in front of
real
West,
time, you watch West and Arrakis kind of break off for just brief, 2 feet away, and he whispers something to Arrakis, and he takes off down.
Can I see? Can I see what he says? Can I see what he says?
Do you have a lip reader feat?
Yeah, she does.
I've never used it.
Oh, now's your time.
You watch him. He kind of turns away, but you are very perceptive and have this feat, so of course. He says, "Get the chest. They need it more than us."
I don't say anything.
I already know what's in the chest.
Oh, Con already cleared out the chest.
No, there's some stuff left in it.
Yeah.
There's 2 delicious potions and something else.
He returns to your group, kind of still staying a little bit fringe as you guys having this discussion about what to do with Keith, but is present. Continue.
So what do you want to do with Keith?
It took us a week to get here. It's probably going to take them a week to get back. Hopefully the Marrow is super busy, so they won't be hindered the way that we were.
Busy. It's Firefest down there. Everyone's gone.
It's going to take Keith a week to get back to Verdantia.
What if we turn him into a little Kraken?
I could turn him into an octopus, but it would last an hour, and then he'd be Keith again.
Not a Kraken?
I can't fucking turn things into Krakens. Not Mordenkainen out here.
It has to be like a normal, an earth animal.
Disguise self, right? Disguise self.
Yeah, sure. You have disguise self. You turn into a fucking Kraken. Let's see it.
Remember the time you tried to turn into a dragon?
Yeah. Oh my god.
One of your favorite moments.
What are we doing?
What are we doing, bro? What do you want to do?
I mean, I think I would like to take him knowing that if they're gonna be leaving, and I don't know when they're gonna be, it's gonna be a week.
At least.
Yeah. So I think we should take him with us, but if we decide to go the route that'll take us 2 hours, he can be polymorphed for an hour, and then do you think I could use the potion of demunition on for that other hour?
That potion might be a good thing to hang on to as well for the actual heist. Like for getting there, sure, we could actually use him to help drag, carry things, move things, all that. But during the actual fight or / heist, hopefully the second, then he can just be a little pocket goat, so that we don't have to worry about him getting hurt.
It's interesting. And that's actually a really good idea.
That is a good idea. Okay.
I can't polymorph him because Lab's not here. It's only me with polymorph. So the only way I could get 2 people is through my Find Steed, which lets me target Fern if it just affects me. But it has to be small. It can't be like a T-Rex or something huge. It has to be like a giant octopus or hunter shark. So we could have 2 things which could tow. So like I could be a giant octopus, Fern could be a giant octopus, Hondo can already swim. So I mean, both of us, like I could try and drag you and Keith, and Fern could drag Gordo and Mary.
Okay. I could also change into something as well.
Well, that's just your appearance.
But that's my appearance, yeah.
That'll just give you the look, which could help in the case of like
when we get down there.
It's actually gonna.
These guys.
So is that cast a once a day, or is it like the Hat of Disguise, where it's like as long as you just have to keep re-upping every hour?
That one's once a day for a full hour, no concentration or anything like that.
Okay.
Right, because it's not attuned. The Hat of Disguise is.
Yeah.
So if we get down there, let's talk about this right now. Unless Wes, you seem to be holding something cool.
Oh, Arrakis is gone again.
Okay. I'll fill in some time still. If we get down there and I assume there's going to be a ceremony. It's going to be like a rave, Hondo. There's going to be just dancing, merrow. They're going to be losing their shit. If we want to time this where Kraken comes up to see what they are offering, and then Hondo and Mary as the strike team go down and try and get the thing.
I think we all need to go down. But like, because all need to go down. The Kraken is fucking huge. It has to come out of its lair to collect shit. That's gotta be fucking far. And there's no way that like, also if the Kraken sees any of us, we're boned. So if we all descend and just some of us are focused on watch and distractions, if anything happens and it comes back, and the other half are searching for shit, we all need to be relatively close to each other. We don't want to separate by like, I'm just going to throw it out there, a mile of going down. We don't know for sure. And neither do the Merrow, because we've asked, and they said we haven't been there, so we don't know.
My fear is it's not far. I fear it's just like 2 steps outside the lair is like the altar, which would be spooky scary. And then what was my other thing?
Hey,
but I like your idea. If we go down,
close
2
enough,
people can stand watch. Yeah.
We get close enough, we can get a better idea with Wayfinder Sphere.
Yeah.
We just need to get closer.
I will take off my Montebank, my Cape of the Rose Lord, as I renamed it, my coat of the Montebank. And Brawley, I'm going to give it to you. I'm going to put it around your little shoulders and armor. Here is something else you can use as Dimension Door. I should have done this a while ago. I can do this natively now with my gifts from the Summer Queen. But you now have 1 use of Dimension Door if things get bad. And Mary, you have a Dimension Door if things get bad.
I've had that, I haven't had to use it, so that.
And that's not attuned, right? Cape of the Montebank. Yeah, that's great. As you guys are still having this final discussion, you hear the footsteps of Arrakis returning, and you see Hondo sees a familiar chest. Up to you all, it seems like a small chest that is unique. He walks up, and it's relatively small. It's not a big treasure chest or anything. But Wes says, "Look, we don't have much, in terms of magical items, and we work for relatively minimal coin doing sailing ships, and we scrap a couple of times with people here and there. Every now and again we come across something, but for the most part it's honest work. You guys are about to do something fucking crazy, and for our part, we're happy to help, and hopefully this will help. And he flips open the lid of the chest, and you see two potion vials, both almost like a browny yellow. It looks very unhealthy. And a set of two bracers, both of which you can see have kind of this stark fin on like the forearm and kind of a scale pattern. You watch both Arrakis and West kind of give a look and say, maybe the potions. Do potions go bad?
Has that gone bad? Is that expired?
It might still work. He grabs it and hands it off. Both of these potions, which are no longer potions, they are just
Can I smell one? I want to see if it expired. Yeah,
yours
let's
now.
take the top up.
Immediate con save. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
My
Does
lord!
Does Hondo react, and do I pick up on it?
Thank God.
How would you say Hondo
14
would react?
plus 2. 16.
I have to turn away because I'm cracking up.
Okay, Mary, definitely you pick up on that. But it's also just kind of a funny scene because Val almost pukes.
Because Val wouldn't know.
No one knows.
Nobody knows but you.
Okay,
That smells like
goodness.
piss.
Thank you. Thank you for these.
He says, I don't think it was like that when we put it in there. I don't know if it'll still work, but I guess it's worth a shot. But these seem to still carry their magic, and he kind of holds out the gauntlets.
We're talking to Allie.
What are those?
He says, we picked these off of a pirate crew. Their captain wore these, and we use them in the cases where we need to dive down and either do work on the ship or maybe there's some plunder we're after. I think you'll need them more. And he just kind of holds them out to anyone who wants to grab them. They are finned gauntlets. They are a magical item that grants while attuned, grant you a swimming speed of 30 feet.
Ooh, that's useful. We'll figure out who could use that later.
Who can unattune something that's not like super bad for them? I could do it. I always have like a floating spot, but I'm not going to be hacking and slashing probably in a fighter's. If you get a swim speed, you're not at disadvantage. Hondo, you wouldn't need this because you can swim.
Yeah, this is not going to give Hondo any kind of advantage.
I'm attuned to my boots.
Craig.
So you know what? Admittedly,
Stormcrag?
not going to be helpful. We know this is immune to lightning.
But if we're fighting merrow, though, like we're not necessarily fighting the big mama. We might be fighting merrow, and javelin can work underwater.
That's true. That is actually fair.
My boots only give me a walking speed of 30.
Yeah, but then that's going to cut in half even further. You're going to lose an extra 5 feet.
So
if you swap
swim speed of 30.
Yeah, if you swap boots for the fins, that's a good idea.
Gives an innate swim speed of 30
That's
feet.
a good idea. Yeah, because
Mary, your swords are going to be useful, like to keep attuned.
Yeah, there's nothing I'd imagine I'd want to unattune to, except for my bracers of archery, because I don't think bows work underwater. But same thing. I think we're just going to have to figure out, potentially figure out the roles, and then who needs swim speed more. But Alana, those boots, swapping that out is a good idea in general. Even for now, right away, and then we'll figure out if I think it does make sense for you to keep them, but if we can play it by ear.
Because if Brawl did that, then we would only have to tow Keith and Marion Cord.
Yeah. We should probably let these guys fucking get moving, though, because shit's gonna... Thank you. Admittedly, we don't have a lot that we could offer as thanks in this moment, outside of... We do have connections kind of all over the fucking place, including Verdantia and Arendelle. So if you ever back in those places and need a favor.
Do you need another ship? Not that we would give it to you outright, but just another one that you could commission, maybe for the tiniest of fees. You guys could use it. I'll be honest, we got a ship that's just sitting in port and probably be more of use to someone like you guys if you wanted to do more stuff with it.
Well, in truth, I'm kind of connected to the wave cutter myself, but Arrakis, perhaps it's time for a promotion.
Black Parade's a real cool ship. I know nothing about ships.
Well, you never said it was.
But we
fucking
painted
cool.
it. Yeah, I spent a lot of money to paint it too. We spent a lot of money to paint it, so it's pretty dope.
Well, if you're willing to at least allow me part-time captaincy.
Yeah, we'll lease it out. Yeah.
When we return, perhaps I'll make my way north.
Yeah, it's in Arendelle, but you'll love it. She's a beaut.
Well, I appreciate that. Thank you. No, it's a wonderful opportunity. I'll
Give our name to the Master of the King's Bay.
Hondo, you had a contract about tax law, though, and how it would work as their commission for you, right? Do you want to take the next 40 minutes to explain that on stream?
We'll pass. In that case,
You guys should get out of here.
Unless there's anything else, these guys bid you adieu. Thank you for your time, and as soon as you're off the ship, you hear West call out loudly this kind of primordial like incantation almost, and you watch the sails just billow out, and the ship just gets moving.
We paid them in full, right? Last time?
You guys
Okay,
paid up front 150 gold to get it's like a retainer almost.
I vaguely remember you like
400 some
tipping
odd.
them too.
Yeah,
Like,
When you
that
got
sounds
I think
like
you gave
us.
them extra.
last game, you paid them. You paid them.
Yeah.
I have in my notes, as they all like wave goodbye, but then turn to the group and be like, "What the fuck is up with these potions? This smells like literal piss. Did this give us piss potions?"
Can't you like identify them?
Yeah, I'll cast Detect Magic as a ritual on these.
Detect magic or identify?
I don't have Identify actually. Wait, do I? Yeah, I do. You're right.
You don't have
right.
you don't have Detect Magic. You have it.
I don't Detect Magic. I think Laugh does. I'll cast Identify in them.
As you guys are making your way back to the shoreline, Val, you get no magical aura from either of these relatively warm bottles.
Ugh. Hondo, do you
What?
want these?
I have more than enough potions to get me through. I think you one of you should.
I know this isn't even magic. I think this is literal piss. This is urine stoppered in a tiny beaker.
This is a prank by one of the crew for sure. If that is the truth.
You think someone
Make a deception check, Kev.
had the audacity to piss in one of these and restopper it? So that if a dying person needed it, they would drink literal urine?
Let me just see my deception.
Pretty
The
good. I
last
think that might meet
taste-
my passive.
14, and it's with the full circle.
27, I believe, beats everyone's passive insights.
Out of game, do you know what the two potions you have actually do, Kevin? Didn't you
one
get
was,
one that was a
One's
one
a
was a
potion of water
mystery?
breathing, and one
Okay.
was a I don't remember the superior or superior or greater healing potion.
Okay, great.
I think it was superior.
Did I add that to my inventory? I don't know if I added that to my inventory.
You should have. I think you did.
I added it to the notes of my inventory for you.
Okay. Let me know. Well, if you can look that up, then is it superior or greater?
It was superior.
Okay.
Okay, I don't have. I shall add that now.
Yeah, make sure you have a superior healing potion and a potion of water breathing, which ultimately to you is not going to.
Hondo stolen potions. Oh, sorry. Yes, sorry. Superior potion of healing and water breathing.
Yeah, that's true. Hondo doesn't need water breathing even remotely, but he could
do
like.
anything for him.
But he could shove it down one of our throats. As the only one who can breathe underwater.
So,
All right, so gang, as we're rowing back, let's get our marrow strat going here. Something else just to keep in mind, I have this scroll of mislead that we could use at some point during this.
So, what? Remind me, what does that do?
I cast the scroll,
It's the Loki.
A illusionary, it's a Loki move. An illusionary double of me appears, looks identical to me, and it lasts for an hour. Can talk, can walk around, actually can move twice my speed, and just appear as me. Meanwhile, as soon as I cast it, I go invisible, and I can run away.
If I break within a certain range of your illusion.
Let me look it up.
You
have to be able to control it. You have to know what's happening.
I can go into its brain almost like
So then you can't be running away.
Like I could be towed away though. Wow, it's so bright. It says concentration up to an hour.
Concentration.
No real range on it, honestly. It says you become invisible at the same time as illusionary double appears. Double lasts for the duration, but the invisibility ends if you attack or cast a spell. It is concentration for it to last up to an hour. You can move your illusion double or up to twice your speed and make it gesture, speak, and behave in whatever way you choose. You can see through its eyes and hear through its ears as if you were located where it is. On each of your turns as a bonus action, you can switch from using it to your own, while you're using its senses, you are blinded and deafened in regard to your own surroundings.
So you know what we could actually use that for?
Up top?
Not even like leave it with the merrow.
Yeah.
And we continue forward, and the Kraken 100% gonna see through that shit. Like we know, we faced less scary things who are like, "Oh, fuck you! I know you're not invisible," but if it's looking through the eyes of other things, it's gonna see as they see, right? So
it could be good bait.
It could be good bait. It could also be a like in a pinch. Oh shit! Look, something's running that way, right? Like, so I don't know what. It's up to you on how you.
It's also a good.
There's no like range on like controlling it because you can, as a bonus action, drop in and make it do whatever you want.
Now the bonus is you can have it swimming, so chances are it's not going to like swim, walk into the side of the building like if you can't see what's going on.
No, it's
swimming straight up.
Yeah, but I'm just surprised that there's no range on it. It's a good spell. I like
So
it.
sorry, I just want to. Did we decide who will be coming with me?
I think now it's going to be all of us.
All of us.
Oh, so sorry.
Not all doing the same thing. Not all doing the same thing, but I think we're not going to be splitting up by like a mile. But I agree, Hondo, that we need to be splitting up in terms of jobs and probably slight distance. I don't know. We might have to figure out the lay of the land and see how many people we need. The fact that I think it should almost be Valentine and Gord need to be separate. Because they both have the get the fuck out.
I'm going to give my water. I have a water breathing potion.
How'd you get that?
To Brawley.
I mean, admittedly, we found a bunch of those like a long time ago. Fuck, I think
you guys have had potions of water breathing since the beginning of the campaign.
Yeah. Very well could have been from there.
I used one. I almost died. Remember that? I fell in this watery thing in the Null Mountain, and then I popped one. Doesn't matter.
I did that.
Yeah, I think Brawley and I could stay outside as we watch. Yeah, don't remind me of that shit.
Oh, right. Someone threw something and missed. It was a critical miss, and then it popped like a bubble.
We will raise one of these Kraken babies that's around.
No, we will definitely. Who?
We will.
Wait on. Oh.
So sorry. Brawley and I could wait outside this lair. Hondo and Mary could sneak in. Gord could get pretty close alongside them. Maybe doesn't necessarily have to do like the actual like stealthing in and doing it, but Gord could be like the leeway guy there. Something real bad goes down, Gord can be the touchstone to plane shift you guys out of there. Just hopefully within hearing to just shout like Raven over the comms. And then if we hear that, Brawley, Keith, and I could plane shift out too. As soon as we maybe get down there, when you guys start sneaking in that lair, I think is when we feed Keith his little mini me potion.
That can last from 1 to 4 hours, so keep that in mind.
Oh, that's good.
That's got a range, minimum 1 hour, but it's up to 4.
That's good.
I look at the pea vial.
Yeah, what is this? Here.
And I think Valentine, this is actually an advanced water breathing potion. So I say before you go take, I am 100% sure. So
it didn't have any magic stuff though. You think it's like a concoction that would allow me to do it?
This is a potion that will allow you to breathe underwater for at least 2 hours.
Make a deception check.
The fact that he's laying it on means that I'm absolutely actively looking at this.
Okay.
That's like super valuable.
Then you can make your active insight.
So so I rolled a 1.
Oh.
But I get an advantage, right?
No, you do have your reliable talent as long as you're proficient in deception. As long as it's got the full circle.
Deception again was 14, so 24.
Yep. Mary,
One
insight?
sec, I gotta do some math.
Oh my.
What'd you roll?
I rolled a 13, but I don't remember what my insight is.
It's a 5.
Look it up.
No, I also rolled a 24 because my 11's an insight. My insight's 11.
24. How'd I roll that in a grapple check? I think the defender goes to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess it's like.
But Hondo's an offender because that's
Mary, you're suspicious, but.
I think you're just suspicious.
You're suspicious in general, but like.
I'm suspicious, but it's also like, I mean, we're probably not going to need whatever your potions.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, man. That's like
whatever.
That's like super valuable, and I appreciate you looking out for me. I'm gonna chug this back if the scroll water breathing fails.
I just break out laughing. I say I can't. I just take them. I throw them in the water.
What? What are you doing?
Mary,
That was 2 of them. Wait a sec.
You know, it will, unless my pee has become holy water, you're not going to be breathing long with that.
Oh God, I knew something was up, but that's way more disgusting than I ever could have.
I knew that smell from somewhere. I knew it.
Specifically Hondo's pee.
That's your fragrance.
All right. So.
Okay, we gotta get moving. So if we, let's
so
at least
have your marrow
start
on shore.
Yeah, we have to
go
talk
start
to them.
Formulating some kind of action.
Marrow plan. Let's ask them. We don't have to go see their reef shit because I'm worried they will have some buddies and then we'll have to kill the buddies. It'll be a whole bad sitch. So I think we should literally go to the Marrow and be like, yo, take us there early. This is exciting. Let's check it out.
We gotta be and see if they know a way. Like they said the whole, they're on board with Hondo's convincing them it's gonna be a surprise. That was a fucking great move. Side note, Kyle, before he was talking in common, I remember because we were all sufficiently creeped out because we can understand him. Was that in common or was that in primordial?
No, I was making a point that I forgot that he could speak common, but he was speaking in primordial because I forgot he could speak common, and Hondo does speak primordial. So,
cool. But I'd
so far this morning, I'd
imagine he relayed what he was saying.
Hondo did. Yeah, Hondo's relayed everything back to the group. But if one of you were to ask a question, there's a likelihood that he would respond in common. Just so far, okay. Hondo has been.
But it was only him. It wasn't the other guys.
You haven't spoken to any of the other guys. There's 2 regular marrow and 1 water elemental that you're not even sure can talk.
Okay. Well, I mean, Hondo's suggestion, or the way he, got them pretty excited about making this a surprise. So we should lay on the fact, if we really want the surprise to go through, like, are there secret ways you can take us? Maybe little, like, ways to try to keep out of vision of other sea creatures that they can watch through, like something, so we can get there speedy and set up the surprise ahead of time. But also, we all know that this spell is not lasting forever. So we also need to have a plan B.
It's a good idea.
And no one can ever say anything to the effect of, we
totally understand.
We get it, yeah.
I think they take us as far as they can, and then we could ask them, like, thanks. We'll keep going. You should probably get your gifts. It'd be rude not to come with your own gifts and send them back. Or we just murder them.
Okay.
We'll see. Okay. Let's get
so as you return to them,
do you mind closing your eyes for a second and tilting your neck up?
How do you phrase the request for them to lead you?
We talked to the ship and they didn't understand it, and we have more things that we are hoping to really learn about your people and your culture, and of course the Kraken. We feel like we need firsthand knowledge of this spot. Would you be willing to take us there early?
Make a persuasion check at advantage.
Oh my god, a 4 and a 3. That's it for real dice tonight. So 4 is 19. Persuasion?
Okay. Yeah.
Are we back on the island?
Yeah, we just got there. Just talking to the Merrow now.
There's a brief moment where you watch the eyes almost like flicker. Almost as you're kind of staying there, like they have this kind of almost gray tone to them. And for just the briefest of moments, you feel like you see this orange film that is just whisked away. And then immediately, almost like just a shake, close eyes, open eyes again, see you. It says, yes, for the surprise. Yes, we will bring you to the deep. Now we should go.
You think?
Yes, for surprise.
Okay. If you think that's a good idea.
We must return to the reef so that we may bring our gifts. But we will show you, of course.
How many people will be at this reef to get your stuff? Would others come?
Many merrow creatures of the deep.
But see, that's the scare, because that wouldn't be a surprise then. It would ruin the surprise if more people came early.
We will return after we show you where to go.
Oh, that's lovely. Yeah.
That I don't like that Isaac.
I don't like it either, but they are being courteous and they're going to take us. I think that's
but
really
remember,
kind.
the maw sees through them.
Yes, but I feel like perhaps I think we're okay. I don't want to say too much for them.
I'm gonna go to the dead body and cut its face off.
Okay.
Put it on.
It's gonna take a minute. Go ahead and make a straight dexterity check. Just deep. Actually, no. This will be a survival check. It's like skinning.
Oh, come on.
Wow. Refresh your page. That's it was a 2 for the listener.
You
Plus
begin
4.
and you kind of go around the outside and you get around the skull totally fine, and you get here and you sneeze and your blade just cuts right up straight through the face. So now you've just got this like open skin flap. It's not gonna work.
There's 2 dead bodies, so I'll try the other
There's
one.
another one. This has been 15 minutes as you guys are now watching as Hondo throws a face mask into the ocean. And then turns to a second body. Is there anything you guys are doing as Hondo takes another 15 minutes to skin the face off of a merrow?
Brawley, why don't it takes an hour to attune to these things? You should probably attune to it. An hour, right, Kyle?
It's like a short rest. So in this time, you guys could have a short rest from the time you return to the island, talk to the merrow, skin some faces, presumably cast your spell.
Is Kyle, I'm gonna attune to my hat of disguise instead of the bracers of archery.
Okay.
Because they're gonna be useless anyway in water. My attunement. Anything else anyone wants to switch around?
Cloak to Brawley.
Brock, what is your fastest way of moving? Do you still have that phantom steed thing, and would that work underwater? Not for and in case of emergency, kind of need to move really fast.
I can far step.
As a bonus action, you can teleport 60 feet with far step.
I do have phantom steed. I have spider climb.
Can phantom steed be like a Ghost Rider seahorse? Something that has
unless
a swim
it
speed?
straight up says swim speed, I wouldn't allow that. That's too much of a break of the spell. That would give him a free swim speed.
No, okay, so what if it's but I mean, if it's fast, it would still be half speed, or it just wouldn't work at all?
I mean, and it's a spell, but still, it's going to be the same as Keith or Fern. Their swim speed is not going to be up to par.
Oh, no, for sure. I know it's not up to par, but it's a very, very fast horse. So I'm saying, would it be half of its full speed, or no, it's going to be cut to normal speed? Okay, so it's not worth it.
No.
That's what I'm
I also have feline agility.
Yeah, Brock could move at pretty quick speed,
which will be clutch
for 1 round. Then he can stop. But also, realistically, Brock's fastest move would be to swim and far step, and just keep that cycle going up, because he could move at 75 feet around.
And Dimension
as
Door,
long as he maintains concentration on far step.
So we have 3 people with access to Dimension Door. Allie and I have it once, and you can take someone with you with that, right?
No.
Dimension
Yes.
Door? Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant his far step. Sorry.
No, Dimension Door.
No, with Dimension Door you can.
Mhm,
So
one
Allie-
willing creature.
Allie has through the cape, Mary has it through the gem, Valentine has it as a spell.
Now, Allie, keep in mind, that creature's probably going to be Keith, even if he's
Yeah.
tiny.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's basically only
Your
you.
familiars or mounts count as other creatures.
Okay.
Unless
So
you
you're
choose to
probably
leave
just
him
gonna-
behind and grab somebody else, in which case the internet will explode in the terror of what you've done.
Oh my goodness.
So I'm gonna run to the bathroom, but I will cast the water breathing scroll on us before we go, and I'll polymorph myself, and then through that ability with Fine Steed Fern into giant octopuses.
Okay, let's take a quick break. If you're going to the bathroom, I could use bathroom break too. So let's take like 5 minutes, come back, and then we'll actually descend into the
Awesome.
deep.
We out.
Hope you're enjoying this week's episode. If you like what we're doing here, check out the other videos on our YouTube channel, including D&D tips, discussions, recaps, character interviews, and more. You can find us on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok at Hexplorers DnD, or join us in the live chat when new episodes premiere on YouTube each Tuesday evening at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Thanks for watching. Now back to the episode.
So Hondo, you got a superior and 2 regular. Brawley superior, 2 regular. Mary 3 standards. Gord 3 standards / regular, whatever you want to call it.
What do you have?
And me? I don't think I got anything. Let me check.
You have
I just got
you
I just
got
got
the most
this.
spells.
get this face.
That's true, actually. Without Lavender, you're the only one with more than like 4
I know.
spell slots.
Hondo's a secondary healer as well.
Yeah.
Hondo's got magic.
Yeah, Hondos can come in clutch, especially because he's got healing word.
Great.
Okay.
All right.
You guys you'll still have time if you think of something else
Okay.
over the next little while of travel. But to begin, you dive into the deep, led by your priest and the 2 merrow and this water elemental who almost becomes like invisible as you dive down into the waves. You still have an idea of where they are, and they're not hiding intentionally from you necessarily, but they are almost just blending in with the water. As you dive into the deep, you begin traveling for the first section, kind of retracing where Honda you began, going past towards the reef, and you watch as the priest and the merrow begin to kind of curve to the left to try and kind of skirt or a wide berth from the reef. I'd like everyone to make a stealth check, including
And
these 4.
Fern and I are octopuses now.
Oh, okay. So you polymorph with concentration for the next hour. You guys are octopuses. So
27.
Are you pulling? You're pulling people along.
Yes, I'll pull. So Brawley has the fin, so I'll pull Keith, and Fern could try and pull Mary and Gord.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you're pulling Keith, that would be a 1 target. But
Maybe I'll make Keith pull Fern. It's like cute, they're animals, and I'll pull Mary and Gord.
Okay. Okay, so it's stealth checks all around.
Octopus stats.
Yeah, you're gonna
Or my-
need octopus to use that stat for the stealth. Not your own.
Dirty 20.
Sorry.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. Gord rolled very high. Hondo and Allie.
19.
I'm 28, and with my mask, it's an advantage, right?
Yep. Well, not with your
Octopus
mask, but you just have advantage, Kev, because don't you have like
Your
boost or something?
fucking mask.
It's on.
Octopus has advantage on stealth checks underwater.
There you go.
If I did one with shadows, would that do anything?
One with shadows only works if you stay still.
Oh, true.
The point is to like blend in the shadows and not move. The second you move, it breaks.
But I mean, once we get down into secret crazy lair, technically everything's shadow down here.
Everything's going to be dim or dark. So
So if
you
Gord
can
ever
go
stops
invisible as long
moving,
as
no
you
one
want.
can see him.
What if I'm still and the water's moving me? Does that count as not actually moving?
You're just floating.
We'll find out.
16 for Fern, 17 for me.
Okay, you guys collectively rolled pretty strongly. Your compatriots, not so much. The two merrow.
Our merrow?
Yeah.
Oh god.
They heard, the idea of being stealthy, but like this, they have no reason to fear an altercation. You're saying you want to be surprised, but they really don't have a intent to know that if they were to be met with their fellow merrow, that a fight would break out. You guys know that. The priest is being a little bit more stealthy, and the water elemental just kind of naturally, similar to the octopus, just kind of blends into the water. And for the first little while, your group stealth manages to overcome the merrow in their poor stealth. And aided by, what's the swim speed of the octopus?
60 feet.
Okay. So you don't get the full 60, given that you're pulling creatures along. But what it does is, with Brawley and Hondo having swim speeds and the octopus is having swim speeds to carry the rest of you, none of you need to make any constitution checks as you begin this first hour of travel. All of you with the swim speeds beginning to kind of be rid of that element of this travel. Are you traveling at a fast speed? Are you trying to move very quickly, trying to gain speed? Or are you traveling at a normal pace or slow pace?
I'm in favor of either normal or speedy. What do you guys think?
The thing though we have to keep in mind is we don't want other creatures to be able to see us, because the Kraken can view through sea creatures. So I'd maybe get Hondo to ask, because he's better than I am at speaking to these guys. They have a rapport of
after you watch them cut off a guy's face.
Yeah, but for some reason they still seem to like him.
I'm one of them now.
Yeah.
Are you though? Get him to ask Hondo, if you don't mind, is there a way that they can we can both expedite this while also making sure this is super secret? Is there a secret way, or a tunnel, or a something? I don't know.
Is there a way that is there a tunnel, secret passage, or a secret way that we can get there quicker? We want to get the gifts to the maw quicker. Is there
without anything seen?
Hidden way that we don't want anyone to see, that we want this to be a surprise?
You ask this of the priest, the merrow, or the elemental?
The priest.
Okay.
Nice. Smart.
As you guys continue through this hour, you kind of catch up to this guy, and the four of them are super adept at traveling through this area, and they are doing their best to kind of keep distance. But as you catch up to the priest, he says, "There are no secret passages in the deep, only sea floor and city ruins you could hide in if need be, to remain secret, but no passage below, only sea."
So maybe we try and get to the ruins quick as we can.
I'll use, not that it'll super help, but I know I'm wearing one of the more ostentatious pieces of thing that everyone's looking for, so I do have the Hat of Disguise, so I'm just going to try to make myself look like... Fuck it, I'll look like the merrow.
Okay.
May as well.
Okay.
I'll do the same. I'll just tap and then...
Well, yours only works once, Allie. So maybe save it in case
Save
there's
it?
a very specific moment, because otherwise it's only going to work for an hour and then it's gone.
Okay.
If there's a moment we need to hide. Mine, for some reason, mine is attuned, but it lets me do it over and over and over and over and over.
Yeah, yours
Okay.
is an item that allows you to consistently do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, so there doesn't appear to be a path, but are you traveling at fast or normal pace here?
I'd say normal for now until we have a better idea of where we are, because we don't want... until we're out of sight of this reef, right? Because otherwise we're going to be... If you're fast, correct me if I'm wrong, Kyle, you can't even attempt to sneak.
If you're fast, you can, but you have disadvantage, and you have disadvantage or a negative bonus to any passive perceptions as you're
So yeah, maybe we're underwater, but we are moving well. So maybe we just go normal. So
and we already have a lead on everybody.
Yeah,
right?
like the descent is not happening by the rest of the merrow right now.
Yeah.
So in theory, like you're the only ones making this trek currently. Whether
all right, let's go normal.
other people are in the deep, you don't know. You'll find out. So for that first hour, aided by magic, you travel relatively speedily and safely and stealthily. And for the most part, you watch as this first shattered plateau kind of passes. And on this first level, you see scattered coral, and you see sea life, and you see small kelp forests and these smaller reefs reaching towards the sunlight. And this water is still crystal. It's beautiful, though you don't get a real chance to take in the beauty of it, given the fear that is kind of pounding in this foreboding nature that kind of surrounds everything. At the end of this first hour, you see the edge of what looks like a cliff that drops off into darkness, and the merrow and the priest swoop and dive down. And as you guys kind of continue and follow, you watch and see at a distance before light begins to kind of filter into murky nothing. Just plateau, break, and plateau, break, and plateau, and break. This kind of scattered, long descent of like tiers. And you can see ruins covered in algae and plant life. You do see scattered marine life, schools of fish, a small pod of jellyfish. In the distance, you see what could be a dolphin. It could possibly be a shark. It's difficult to make out. Possibly a small whale. There are plenty of creatures down here, though you're well disguised for the most part. You descend another 2-3 minutes, and Val, you feel the polymorph fade, or come to fade if you wish to re-up it.
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay. Reaching out, feeling that energy kind of dwindle, feeling the water kind of shift around you, you reach over towards Fern and make sure that it's cast on the two of you.
Twist little tentacles.
Yeah, you guys combine and you re-up the protection of your polymorph. And continue for a second hour. You descend into these ruins, the first kind of signs of ruined, destroyed city, splayed out across plateaus of rock and sand. I'd like everyone to make another stealth check for me.
Vernon and I also have an ink cloud. If things get dangerous, we can pop some water. Okay.
5.
5.
25.
Oh, yeah.
I can't roll a 5. That's not possible.
I know. I was like, how the fuck that happened?
25.
Just call him out.
18.
Okay.
Just doing it. 20 for me, 18 for Fern.
Handout.
What are we rolling again?
Stealth, please.
Stealth.
Oh, well, 15.
Which you get advantage on too if you want
You
to
have
re-up
advantage
it.
if you want to go higher.
Okay.
You'll be all right.
Make us invisible.
19.
There you go.
Even better, pal.
No one's
Gordo,
ever
what did
seen
you get?
how-
I saw there.
22.
Nice.
Again, your compatriots are not super stealthy, with the exception of the water elemental, which you guys almost begin to lose in the deep. And you also begin to see that light as you're descending and descending is growing dimmer and dimmer. All around you, it's building in pressure as the light grows darker as well. It's growing colder. But for the second hour, you descend and you keep to these kind of ruins, and you begin to kind of pull in and take cover in some of these ruins as you watch a massive like jellyfish kind of swim overhead, and you watch to avoid, and you guys swim past. Even the merrow are avoiding that. And ahead, you guys see a shark. It looks like a hunter shark. You can see it kind of swimming kind of idly in your direction. And you guys watch actually as the two merrow kind of break and they swim a little bit up. And you see they kind of draw these harpoons and take like an aggressive stance. And there's like this kind of faint like trill that they make that kind of echoes out through the water. In Hondo, it's not necessarily language that you understand, but you can absolutely get that it's like a not even a battle cry, but like just a shout, like an aggressive shout in like a primordial tongue, and it just begins to swim away. You guys continue the descent once more. You guys watch this kind of continued pattern of shattered plateau and ruins before it breaks once more and descends again. For another third hour, you travel through another series of these ruins, and it's getting darker and colder. Valdyria, polymorph for a third time.
I would ask Val, before you do this, Scott, just out of game, is there anything else we need to get in terms of information, or could I get Hondo to ask how much further, like in terms of timing? Like if they think we're making good time, how much further they think we're getting into the...
Tentacle thumbs up.
I'll ask the priest. I'm getting very excited. How much longer?
We are nearly there. Just over halfway. A little deeper still.
Halfway.
So halfway, Scott, in terms of your spells, we know this whole thing still doesn't kick off till tomorrow, right? Val?
I mean, depends on what you guys
They said
do.
tomorrow night, yeah.
Tomorrow
true.
morning is the descent. Tomorrow night would be whatever they're up to.
Party.
So, in theory, I should reiterate, because you guys cast water breathing. We'll say like noon flat is when you started. So
easy.
you've got 24 hours from noon. And we'll say like 7 o'clock for your suggestion to end.
And and what time is it now?
It's been 3 hours, so 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock, okay.
Great.
Roughly. But
Ooh, Kyle's lighting went all spooky dark.
It's either 3 or 6:55. It's somewhere around there.
We're in the deep now. As you re-up for the third hour,
Yeah. Let me mark that.
you descend again.
Why are
And
my fists in here?
again, just that cold and pressure begins to build. Again, given your swim speeds, you're not getting necessarily exhausted, but I will ask that the swimmers all make athletics checks, just straight athletics, and everyone make Constitution saving throws.
Swimmers being Brawley, Hondo, and me and Fern.
Yes. Oof.
Nice.
Hondo. There you go.
I got 20 for swimming, and then I got 16 for Constitution.
Okay. Yeah, Kevin, I need you a con save as well, please. Constitution save. And I need that from Mary and Gord for Constitution.
So sorry, just athletics for Fern and I?
That's not great. I need both from you guys.
Okay. So first one, not good for Fern. That's 8.
Oh, actually, Hondo, I'm sorry. You do have advantage on that check given your heritage as a Triton.
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Con save, give you advantage on that.
All right.
Better.
Nice. Say what it was for the listener.
Oh, 17 and con save is 3, so 20.
That's
11 for Val, and I think I said only 8 for
the athletics.
Fern. Yeah, for athletics.
Okay.
And then for our con saves,
Yeah.
which would be our stats or their stats?
It's physical stats. So
their con save? Okay.
I thought polymorph is no matter what, it's their stats. That's why like you can accidentally turn yourself into something really stupid.
I think so.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's
that's fair.
the druid that gets to keep their mental.
So then I got 12 and Fern got 6.
Okay. Fern gains a level of exhaustion.
Oh, Fernie boy.
And both of you, what was your athletics for you? 11?
11.
Both of you, for the next hour, you cannot move. You have to move at a slow pace. You're not exhausted,
tired,
but tired. Like you can still travel. You're not gonna stop.
Fuck.
But
we're still good. I was looking at the wrong stats, but they're the exact same. I was looking at Hunter Shark, but we're all good.
But for this next hour, you have to move at a slow pace. You just can't keep up at this speed.
No problem.
Con save still?
Did you call yours?
Yeah, 27. I just wasn't. I think I might have done it.
You're fine. And did you tell me what yours is? Con save?
It is 3.
Okay.
Ooh.
This is going to be an important question. Did you change out your mage armor to wear your cold armor, or are you wearing or not wearing your cold armor?
I did not change it, but can I use luck to roll again?
Yes, you can. That you can.
Con, right?
Yeah, Constitution save.
I got 14.
Oof, that's a success. So mark off 1 luck, and you're fine. Aided by the fact that Mary's fine in general. It's just getting so pressurized the deeper you get, and the cold is biting, and there's no reprieve. It's just always there. That coupled with this just foreboding and just this well of anxiety that's building within you, you're all able to push it away and continue. But Valentine and Fern kind of have to just slow down. You're getting exhausted. Even using some other creature's form, it's exhausting. And Fern, unfortunately, has exhaustion for now.
How does when you have this much open space somehow feel claustrophobic?
The pressure is right on top of you despite open expanse.
Octopus just looks sad. Tentacles down. As
the 4th hour begins, or would begin, Val, do you re-up a 4th polymorph?
Yep, we're gonna have to upcast though.
No change, no effect.
Yeah, it doesn't last longer if I upcast, does it? I don't think so.
It doesn't have any other effect other than you can use the spell slots. With the slow pace, it doesn't change a whole lot, but you are moving at, like for the hour, like a mile less than you normally could. So it means there will be a 5th hour. Pardon me. But for this 4th hour, that pressure builds, the cold builds, and you reach almost to the edge of this final this next kind of breakdown. And at this point you can see where these tiers have been breaking. It's just been like a cliff that drops, and it drops from maybe 50 to 100 feet, and it kind of varies, and then kind of picks up, and there's scattered rock and rubble, and the city or expanse of land kind of continues. At this 4th hour into the 5th hour break, it's less of a harsh break and more of a slope. Like the city was elongated and dragged down. You can see the ruins are more ruined on this slope. But as you kind of crest the slope and look down, you can see what looks like an almost intact city beneath the waves. It is incredibly dark, and you're barely making out just the peaks of the city and just the flick and flit of little movement of creatures in the deep. The city streets still lined by buildings, though many destroyed and covered in plant life and kelp. And you can see these schools of fish kind of swimming through the room. And your procession just begins to kind of glide down, and the priest and cohorts begin to kind of lead you down what would be like the downtown core, which is still a long stretch ahead. For this 5th hour, this would be another polymorph if you're going to continue.
Hondo, can you... Octopus is indicating how long is it going to be. Can you ask these people, Hondo, how long it's going to be?
Again?
As you guys
It's been
you pull
double
up
the
and
time.
stop.
All right. I'll ask the priest again. Are we almost there? Like, we really, really want to get this done.
We are in the final stretch. The monument, the place, the home of the Ma is ahead. And he just kind of gestures down this kind of main thoroughfare.
If,
Final stretch.
yeah, if we, I'll speak common, I know this guy can speak common. If we had to, make some short preparations over a rest, would the buildings be a safe place to do so? Or, are there creatures that stalk in the night that we would have to be very wary of?
You have nothing to fear. The Ma protects us.
Cool. I'll cast it again. It feels like we're fucked if I don't cast it. So yeah, I'll cast it.
Kyle, is there less wildlife as we get deeper and closer that we've noticed, or is it pretty consistent?
Make a survival check. And I'll ask
actually, that's a good roll.
everyone to make another con save, please.
Fuck.
Brock, you... Oh, wait, never mind. Maybe that was the old last one. I just opened it and said you rolled a stealth check.
Have your
Survival is 18.
Fuck. Why am I using these dice? Fuck me.
I'm going to go ahead and use Indomitable to reroll this nat 1.
Ooh.
Oh,
Allie, what'd you roll?
22.
You're good.
Uno?
I need one for Keith as well.
Uno for Val, number 1, and Fern got 4. So like 7.
You both gain another level. Well, you gain a first level. Fern gets a second level of exhaustion.
Fern 2 levels. Val.
Mary and Gord, what were your secondary?
20!
You're good.
Me?
16.
16, you're fine. Allie was Keith.
16 as well.
Also fine. And then if you guys want to maintain stealth here, I'd like a stealth check from everybody. I know it's a lot of rolls all at once, but
No, it's all good.
kind of informs like the next hour's kind of journey.
Okay, so Fern, you get advantage on these.
Yeah, Hondo advantage.
What the fuck is going on? Fern got 14. No more of these dice. Let's go to these ones.
14's not bad.
Come on, D&D Beyond. It was just they were double 9s.
18.
Better. What is this stealth? Come on now. 23 for Val.
Okay.
20 for Keith and 15 for me.
Okay.
Nice.
I know good rolls.
Keith?
Hondo, Gordon, Mary.
Sorry, con again?
This is a
Stealth.
stealth check. Stealth check now.
Stealth, okay.
18.
12?
Okay. Hondo.
Nice.
15.
At advantage,
You
okay.
have advantage, but that's fine. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Use it so I don't have an exhaustion. See if you roll a 20, your stealth will take it
It's
away.
not going to change the exhaustion, unfortunately. Nope.
God damn it.
Definitely didn't. You guys, you're feeling the wear and tear, and obviously Valentine and Fern in these polymorph forms, you guys are doing kind of the bulk of the work. Now, Allie and Hondo, you guys are beginning to grow tired, but you're not, it's just a long day of physical and, trek. You're both hardy enough, and Hano, this is your thing, so totally fine for you. Gordon, Mary, you guys just kind of get pulled along for the ride, so it ain't so bad. But it's getting cold, it's very dark, and that pressure bears down on all of you, and it is nearly unbearable, except for Hano, of course, and for the currently polymorphed creatures. The Merrow and the priest, they begin leading through the city and just following this kind of main drag, though keeping to kind of one side, using it a little bit as cover and it's all shadow, but keeping to the shadow as best they can. You do spy a couple of creatures kind of flitting above. You can just catch kind of the flicker of what looks like a shark far off. You get a good sight of a bigger creature, some kind of large whale, from a long distance away, but you can hear it cries out, and there's this low tone that kind of just echoes through the water that for a moment just grips your heart. Thankfully, you guys make it through the city, through this long hour stretch. As Val, you feel polymorph fades as you kind of hit this through the city. It's about an hour to cross, and it would fade, but the priest kind of turns to you all. At the end of this kind of this building, this downtown core, there's this kind of almost like a city square that has long been destroyed, but there's like kind of an opening, and you can see kind of where this city square is sat. This just massive kind of burst of rock. The edge just kind of rises up, and there's this multiple tiers, almost like the earth just punched up through, and it's stopped there. You can see the priest kind of casts a hand out and says, "This is where we deposit our offerings of tribute. We will place at the top, to the maw, to the left, to the child, and to the right, our hopeful new spawn. And when the time is right, she will rise and accept what we have offered. Come. And he begins kind of rising, just kind of breaking stealth and rising through the ocean.
How much time do I feel is left in this compulsion?
Make an Arcana check.
It's getting close.
And is this at disadvantage because of exhaustion?
Technically, yes.
17 for the first one, more for the next one, so 17.
Okay. This is the end of the 5th hour of your travel.
Okay.
You guys still technically would have an hour to 2 hours comfortably.
Sweet. Should we follow this guy? I guess so.
Is he going out into the open?
Basically, at the end of where the buildings kind of stop, there's this kind of what would have been like a market potentially, and there's some other scattered ruins at the left and right, and this kind of rather open expanse, and this broken rock. You wager from like end of the buildings to where the rock kind of begins to erupt in this kind of open expanse, maybe 100 feet. And then the rock kind of rises in multiple ways, but it kind of almost extends out maybe 60, maybe 80 feet. And he is just like out in the open, beelining to the top.
Are there any other creatures that we can see outside of us?
Make a perception check.
Nice, good call.
Dirty 20.
At this distance, that's a disadvantage, I'm sorry.
Mine's at disadvantage? With the goggles?
All of you are at disadvantage.
Okay.
This is deep dark.
Deep dark.
I rolled better, so still dirty 20.
As you're kind of holding to the shadow and looking kind of left and right all around, as far as you can tell, there don't appear to be any other creatures. Okay. But you hear something. And it was almost undetectable for your journey. But the second you kind of stop and really hone in on your senses, just to extend them out, you've heard it for the last hour at least. This droning snore. And it's just kind of this gurgling, deep drone that comes and goes. And on one hand, you kind of think, well, it's just the rolling of the tides, the movement of the ocean, the shifting of whatever is down here. But it's louder here.
Oh, great.
Do we want to, like, maybe I stay here, but like, if you're disguised, Hondo looks like a fish person. Raleigh, you could cast your disguise. Like, you could go out there and see what they're looking at. But Gordon and I could stay here. Unless, Gord, do you still have Mask of Many Faces, or is that gone because you're not that anymore?
I think that's an Eldritch Invocation, isn't it?
He's still a warlock.
So you could disguise yourself then. Like, you guys could go and I could just stay with our beasts.
Yeah, I don't really want to swim out in the open. We don't see anything. Can we determine the direction that this is coming from, or it's just from there? No, okay, it's everywhere.
All directions at this point. You just note that it's definitely louder here.
Okay. Is it just the priest that's going, or is everybody going?
The merrow and the elemental seem to be following.
Okay. Yeah, if I stay disguised, I can follow as part of the group. It's not gonna be as fast because I'm a slow swimmer. But just to get a bead on what's happening, at least Hondo should come with, I'd imagine. I would kind of nod to him to see if he's interested in going. Or if he wants to hide.
No, I'm not hiding.
There's nowhere to hide if you were to follow. It's open.
I've got my mask. I'm ready to go.
I'll stay with the beasts. Brawley, Gord, what do you want to do?
Go with them, and I'll disguise myself.
Okay.
Cool.
Allie, you attempt to look at one of the like one of the merrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, like a slightly mini one.
It's slightly smaller.
Cute.
Bebe Merrow.
Gord, do you stay or do you go?
Stay with my best friend.
You got it.
So kind.
Alana, Hondo, and Mary, you guys begin to follow. And Mary, you're trailing behind, unfortunately, as these two do have a fast swimming speed. Even if you were to kind of full tilt swim, you're a little slower.
Mm-hmm.
But you watch as these guys well ahead, they just rise up swimming at this kind of angle and then rise up to the very tip, the peak. And you can see this kind of extent of stone. And they kind of land and all drop to their knees reverentially. And they just kind of put their head down, their forehead down to the stone. And the elemental makes a slightly different sound, but the three more humanoid creatures, they kind of let loose this similar kind of aggressive trill, but it's definitely softer, but it just sounds aggressive. Very easily for most of you to gather, it seems to be some kind of just kneeling and doing the sign of the cross as you enter into a church. It's like this is a place of worship, and as you make your point to land beside them, you can see just beyond the plateau, just pitch black. But you're not at the edge yet. These guys currently are still kind of in their stance. What are you guys doing?
You guys are going to get there ahead of me, so what do you guys
Easy
doing
enough
first?
to say that you catch up.
So what are we seeing? So we're just in black right now?
Yeah, there's about maybe 20 feet of this kind of rock. They stopped at like the first point, and the three of them are on their hands and knees, and the elemental's kind of just off to the side, and they are in this kind of like full head down to the ground, and this kind of faint sound. It's not loud, it's not echoing out, but they're almost personally to themselves, like doing what you would imagine is a prayer, is a sign of worship. And just beyond this kind of pointed rock, you just see black.
I'm gonna try and fit in and do the same.
Okay.
They're the same too. I'll kind of go up behind them.
Okay, Mary?
Yeah, I'm not going to attempt the trail thing because I know that's going to go poorly.
Yeah.
But at least try to like do that, and then try to give them space as if like, oh, we're observing, we're trying to learn, and I'm not going to ask any questions until they seem to be done with their thing. But I also am going to mostly be trying to listen to see if that sound responds or seems to hear it or anything like that.
Okay. Allie and Hondo, both of you make performance checks for me as you guys kneel down to kind of go along. Mary, you can make perception as you're kind of hanging back and trying to focus and listen.
Oh,
Good.
For me, 14.
Okay.
5 and 6, 11.
Okay. Hondo gets down on his hands and knees, and Allie beside him in this kind of merrow get-up. Mary, as you're kind of listening and focusing, the three of them are in unison in this kind of trill, in this sound, in this prayer. Hondo definitely throws that rhythm off a little bit as he attempts. But what you caught before he kind of committed to it was that drone began to rise and fall to the same trill. When they would rise, it would rise and it would fall as they would fall. You're not sure if they're in time with it or it's in time with them.
It was a 23 total.
What you gather with a 23 is as Hondo takes position and Allie takes position in their one in a magical guise and the other in a horribly offensive attempt to fit in. The three creatures, the two merrow and the priest, break from their reverence for a fraction to look at them as they approach. And you watch in all three creatures, 6 eyes total, orange and black iris before it fades. And they each almost begin to rise, and you watch this just faint kind of like pink like wash, and they relax and return. You saw that break for a brief moment of the charm. You saw potentially the Kraken, its influence, push past Valentine's magic before it regained its last hour of control. But what you're not sure is how much did that Kraken see in that time?
Yeah.
They begin to rise from their stance.
Perhaps to maintain the surprise, we should retreat somewhere so we can learn more about what will happen tomorrow.
The priest puts a hand out and says, "There's nothing to worry. We are at peace. She is at peace. Come, come." And they begin to kind of come to the edge and glide forward to the peak. And they kind of quietly to you says, "Look beyond. She awaits your gifts. The child awaits, and a new child." And as he kind of reaches and points to the dagger at Hondo's hip and up to Mary with just this kind of gentle hand gesture to your armor.
I don't like it.
New worshippers. Here, you will welcome new life. This is a monumentous day. I thank you. But please look. And he just kind of gestures over the edge.
Yeah, sure, go stand on this edge so I can shove you in.
I mean, you're swimming.
Oh, you know what I mean.
So I ask him, where are the gifts for us to give?
You carry them on your person.
No, you were going to show us more.
I was going to show you where to deposit your gifts. Here, this is our site of worship. This is our offering to the Maw. She slumbers, but not for long. Right here.
Go look over the fucking edge. Go look at the edge.
I'm gonna go look at the edge.
I will come with Hondo just because no one gets left behind.
Okay. Both of you trepidatiously slink towards the edge. And you can make a perception check at disadvantage.
Disadvantage check. Oh.
Okay. Well, that's a good start.
Ooh.
9.
At advantage for you, pal.
Better?
Okay.
Disadvantage. But
Disadvantage, right?
Oh, fuck.
Mary, are you doing the same?
Yeah.
That's
I'm
on
not gonna
4.
be by myself.
16 is pretty good off of 4.
Oof, I rolled 2 15s.
Okay.
Oh.
Allie, what'd you get?
A 9.
21 total.
Mary and Hondo, as Allie kind of backs you up with just confidence of just like puts a hand to steady you. You look and see beyond this last plateau, this last peak, pitch black, save this faint light that emanates from within a silhouetted structure at the base of a long trench in the sea floor and rock. From where this peak rises, you can see almost like a deep groove that descends. Mary, you would gather with 21, maybe 500, 600 feet from this point to where like this structure seems to be, kind of at an angle, but a heavy descent. Mary and Hondo, you can see what looks like a single massive building. At one time, from this distance, you would gather it was once an opulent cathedral. Many towers and spires that have long snapped and been reduced to rubble. The main hall itself, however, still seems to stand, though you can see what would have been a main tower or spire has since crumbled and collapsed within, leaving a gaping hole of jagged stone in the roof, the highest kind of point. And as you look upon this kind of lone structure in this trench, in the twilight zone of deep ocean, you see just a shifting movement filling that hole in the roof. Massive tendril, maybe 15 feet wide, just kind of shifting over. These heavy, just bulbous suckers on the one end. And it just keeps rolling. You don't even see an end. But you can see something slumbering within. At the same time, you watch this kind of ripple of oddly slow-moving lightning kind of crackle and swirl from within. And it kind of rises, almost caught on a spiraling tide, and swirls around the exterior. But it's moving so slow. It's odd. Lightning is naturally very fast, but it's almost in slow motion as it rises up and around, and then it's gone again.
How many feet is that building from where we are right now?
upwards of between 500 and 600 feet.
Okay, less than 1,000. For Wayfinder Spear, that's good to know.
But you see the lair of the Kraken.
Probably just standing there in shock, to be honest. There's probably a good 30 seconds of not reacting.
The priest comes up behind him with a tentacled hand over your shoulder and over the other two. Just says, "Here we stand, awaiting. Do you give your surprise?"
I think the surprise is to wait when, the rest of your friends are supposed to be here. I'm just like, she's losing it.
You see just this kind of like cocked head, this confusion of what is more surprising than an early gift? Awaken her with your call.
With your call.
I look at Brawley and ask, should I kill this guy?
Do you ask that out loud?
Well, they wouldn't understand though, right?
Yeah, he speaks common. He speaks common. We've been speaking common out loud right now, just now.
Okay. I'll whisper to her. Yes.
Okay.
Are we in the view? Are we in the view of the rest of the group, or is it just us and? Like, are we in the view of the water elementals and the other merrow?
They're hanging back. You're definitely in view. They're 15, 20 feet of you. This guy is on top of you, but Mary, you catch Hondo whisper that to Alana, and for a brief moment you're like, oh shit, swords, let's go. But this guy's eyes are trained on the Kraken, on the lair. He is so just in this worship that his perceptions are not so high.
I ask him, where are your gifts? Where are your own gifts?
They're at the reef. I will return with my fellows to retrieve and come with the rest of the descent. I was hopeful I would get to witness your gift and the rise. But if it is not to be, then tomorrow it shall be.
Yeah, would you not, your fellows, also witness this?
Of course, but the child will be here. Either way.
We will come. We think it'd be better if we all come together. We want to be united when we present these gifts. It will look better.
This is fair.
Yes, this kid's been waiting a couple hundred years. I think it can wait another day.
I am disappointed, but I understand.
We're going to do it. We're going to do it properly.
Well then, we return to the reef, and we receive our gifts, and await first light.
Already backing up.
Yep. Yep.
As soon as those creepy fucking tentacles are off my shoulders, gone.
Kyle, before I back up, can I do a quick investigation to see if I notice, are there any like loose relics or items lying around that like people have just thrown and like they haven't gone in type thing?
Go ahead and make an investigation check. It's at disadvantage at this point, just given the darkness, unfortunately. But yes, go ahead.
Okay, so first roll, 17.
Ooh,
that's pretty good.
Well, better.
And second roll, a 4.
Your investigation's good though.
Yeah,
I know that's not, and that's a 10. That's not a 4. That's a 10.
Yeah, because it's a full. So
reliable.
10 and 11, 21.
Okay. As you hang back and just kind of look over the edge, you do see like all along the edge of the rock covered in a little bit of algae, and you can see sand. You see like all along the slope down from this kind of rock down into the darkness, there are hundreds of coins just scattered amongst the sand all down. You can see the like wood timbers and the bits of sails and of ships that have been dragged below. You can see hilts of blades that none look, all look rusted, leading you to believe that they're anything special. So you could gather, if you wanted to, you could make your way down to start trying to gather some of this loose coin. It would take you a bit of time to get anything noteworthy, but nothing, it seems that anything of note has been taken within the lair.
Yeah, I'll take a few coins, maybe, or other stuff, just as like, hey, look, this is what they've given so far.
Yeah, you reach down and just start grabbing up. You can mark down. You have 10 gold and like 15 silver, and like a pretty quick kind of gather up.
Okay.
All that copper is like completely green, like disintegrated at this point. Oh,
you guys return to the rest of the
back.
Group at the city, whether it being the animals and Gord and Val. Is there anything you guys want to do in that time, or are you just good to wait until they get back?
Gord, how do you feel? I know you used to travel the seas, but are you scared being this far down?
No, I think we'll be fine.
I like that confidence. It makes me feel more confident. Remember, if anything bad happens, you just plain shift out of there. But try not to leave Mary. Like, if you have to leave one of them, leave Hondo. But he could probably just, blend in.
Exactly.
Fast.
I'm not going to do anything as Gord. I'm just going to, prepare for whatever. Just stand ready.
If you wanted to, there is plenty of shadow that you could just...
Ooh, one with shadow then. Yes,
I turn back to talk to you. Just completely go.
I just say, there's nothing to worry about. Go on. It's maybe 10 to 15 minutes of you guys waiting before these guys return. And you can see that the merrow and the priest and the elemental are beginning to kind of, they return, but they are already they're not waiting. They're beginning to make that return. They're walking, or they're swimming back down the main street.
Quietly, are we letting them go? They know things? They can tell other people things?
Let them go. As far as they know, they did a good job. They guided us here. It's not like we fully deceived them. I think they'll just be on their way and go to the reef and come back.
The only thing is, they're the only ones who know we're here. If they tell other people will know we're here. I'm also a little wary of making a lot of noise if we do anything else.
No, they want a surprise tomorrow. They want a surprise alongside us. I don't think they ruined the surprise. They seem pretty into it. I think it would be a not great idea to start a fight down here with slumbering Susan hanging out, but down below.
It's really fucked up. It's
Did you see it?
Big ass tentacle. There's a old church down there. It's not especially far. It's far enough, to the front door, and then we don't know how much is inside and how deep. We'll have to get a better look. I didn't want to spend too much time or look too suspicious, but I want to get a better look at potential entrances and exits. Admittedly, the shock of it was a little terrifying.
Can we find a place to hole up here, Kyle? Can I try and perceive some sort of abandoned house that we could hang in?
Easily. How close do you want to be to the edge here? Because there's tons
of at least a block back.
Yeah, somewhere still on the market that leads up to it.
Sure. Super easily. It's surprising how many buildings and how many structures are still standing. Not many are, they're not intact, obviously. Many of them are half destroyed. Pretty much all are half destroyed. But there are some that are a little bit more structurally sound, easily enough that you guys could kind of slip in out of sight. So you do you just let these other guys take off?
That's my read. What do you guys think?
I'm wary of them telling more people that we're here. Because as of right now, they haven't had any contact with their people. If we are... Sorry, go ahead.
No, I wonder what do you want to do then? What do you...
I don't know. The thing is, those water elementals are A, impossible to see, and B, fucking tough to take out. If there was a way to have follow them back a little bit and have this encounter a little further away from this thing, that would be better. But we would need something big to take them out in a fucking snap. That doesn't make a lot of noise, and I don't know that we have that.
We don't got that. I don't got that.
We can ask them, where should we meet for tomorrow, the offering?
If you want to swim out to the Mahando and be like, remember, keep it a secret. Don't spoil the secret tomorrow. We'll see you tomorrow.
Well,
but I don't want them to know where we're holding up.
No, but so I'll go up to them and I'll be like,
it moved about maybe 60 feet away from you guys. They just started going while you're having this discussion, but you're a fast swimmer.
I catch up and be like, okay, so tomorrow we will surprise everyone together, but don't tell anyone. It's a secret.
Of course, a secret.
And where should we meet?
We'll be here. We will present all of our offerings right here.
So what, you want us to come all the way here? Are you going to come and meet us first somewhere and then we go?
If you do not wish to accompany us back to the reef, we will meet you here.
Okay, that sounds good. Don't go without us.
You still don't understand,
don't
though.
tell anyone.
Yo, they're our friends until 7 o'clock.
Which is about 45 minutes from now.
Let them ride, baby. Let them ride.
Okay, I let them ride and I come back and I'll be like, why don't we just kill them?
No, because the other thing is, at 45 minutes, they're like, oh, fuck, those fuckers deceived us. Yo, Kraken, guess what? There's people here. Like, that's not that far away. I just don't know how we do it quickly without them telling. Because, hey, remind me, Scott, if we attack them, that spell's done, right?
Mm-hmm. The spell's done in 45 minutes anyways, but...
if we're going to attack them or the spell's going to end, we need to be far enough so that the Kraken is a bit of a distance away for the others to have time.
As I'm exhausted,
we can't
Fern's exhausted. Now. I can't do any magic underwater that's really that good.
I can swim.
You can swim, that's great. But what was the other thing?
Out.
No, listen, like they just trilled to it. You just told us they trilled and it trilled back. We don't want to start a fight. There's a fucking army of jellyfish that swam over us.
Yeah, we're not doing this today. We need to go to sleep.
Okay. We sleep. What I'm saying is, when the spell's done and they alert the Kraken, we should be far away so that when they find us, whoever's going to steal the relics will have time to get them and leave undetected.
It's sleeping with the relics, though. Kyle, just to be clear, like, so with Friends, the spell, when you cast it and it ends, the people immediately know they were charmed by it. With this, it doesn't really say anything to that effect. It was just like compelling them to do what we wanted, right? Like,
they still know what happened over the last 24 hours.
Yes. Which was, we want to start a cool surprise with you guys, right?
But, I mean, so here's where you're getting confused. Just because that's what you said doesn't mean that that's what they believe when they're not charmed. That's what you've convinced them while they're charmed, and they 100% agreed while you're charmed.
So the way
that's what I'm wondering. If the charm breaks, do they look back on that and go, holy shit, we were charmed, that was fucking weird, that guy wore our friend's face? Or do they go like, yep, that all tracked, we wanted to throw a surprise, they're going to chill down there?
I think it depends on their intelligence.
So the way I understand it is then when they wake up from this charm, they're going to be like, holy shit, we were charmed. The Kraken will be alerted, and the Kraken will leave its lair and go after us. Because they now know that we also have the relics, right? So we have relics so the Kraken's going to be attracted to that, come after us. So if we're far enough away, someone can sneak into his lair, take.
But we can't do this now. We can't.
No, I'm not saying now, but I'm saying that's how I understand what will happen is as soon as they're out of it, the Kraken will be alerted and know.
Yeah, I'm on that side. The question is, we'd have to one-shot murder them so that they don't alert the Kraken, and I don't know that we can do that because there's a lot of them. How many of them are there, Kyle? 5?
They're swimming away.
We have 45 minutes, and there are 4 of them.
Anymore.
How long will it take to get back to the island, Kyle?
Oh my god, it took 5 hours.
Yeah, it'll be 5 hours roughly.
So we have. Okay, I'm gonna have to do this on my own.
You're not doing.
No,
you're not.
Fight
you
for
can't,
them. You're gonna get your ass handed to you.
We did not think this part of the plan through.
Well, we still have 40 minutes. Well, Hondo, do you want to swim to them and ask them, hey, can you just chill for a sec? We're still unsure about the surprise. We might have a follow-up just so they don't get farther away.
So I'll swim up to him and I'll be like, can you hold on a minute? My friend, he might have another relic to offer, but we're not sure if it's one that your ma would want. So can you come and take a look at it?
Sure, if you believe there is another.
Yes.
You have
all of you. Come.
potentially.
Scott, what level is that spell?
The priest kind of gestures to the rest and says, if they have 3 relics, 3 children, we could overtake the land. I will investigate. And he returns with you, but the others do not.
I tell him, we have lots of new relics. You might want to get your friends to come and see too.
Well, one is not that.
Doesn't seem to
I can
be
try and
persuading him. He's following 100%. But he's just like
I can try and cast it again on him.
That's my question. But the downside, while Hondo's doing this, if he saves, we're fucked, right?
Yeah, but he's alone.
But he's alone.
But then what do we do with the other 3?
I think we have to kill the other 3. Now.
2 are water elementals.
1 is a water elemental, 2 are merrow.
Easy. Let's do it.
Are they easy?
So
I don't fucking know anymore.
Hondo, do you return with the priest? The priest begins returning.
So I bring the priest to Valentine, and then I head for the 3.
Okay.
Well, hold up. Before you go, Hondo, wait. Let's. I want to know more about this.
Before this continues, Hondo has traveled there, talked to them, traveled back, talked to you guys for a couple of minutes, traveled back, got the priest, traveled back. Your spell is at like 10 minutes left.
Gosh, gotta decide.
It's okay. Hondo, why don't, thank you so much for returning. We have to figure out if we can even summon this relic here. Do you mind just waiting in this entryway while
Of course,
I discuss?
What is this relic?
Oh, well, it is a secret, just like that. We would have to summon it.
Not to us who are going to be presenting.
Right. That's right. Why don't you just hold one moment and I'll go get it with my friends. We just have to do a little summoning thing first.
Of course.
Excuse me, Wildcards, do you mind just going in this room? Leave this kind gentleman here. So what the fuck are we doing? I can try and cast on this guy again, and then what are we going to do with the other 3?
Because that's going to break.
So who? I'm exhausted. We have to be silent about it. Like Mary, maybe this is a you and Hondo thing. Brawley, you have the swim thing too. You 3 could go, but like
yeah.
Gord. Oh wait, Gord doesn't have his big spells anymore, does he?
Ooh, Gord has some spells. Gord has like dominate people spells.
Yeah.
Doesn't have
Holy shit.
from the book.
No, it was from the book, and I'm trying to think. The same with Brock. Do you have?
Doesn't he have a monster one? I think he has a one. He has a monster one. I think.
That was from the book.
Sure,
Let's look at Gord's spells.
Finger, yeah.
He still has lots of powerful spells. Yeah, Gord's still not like Gord's one of your heavy hitters.
I know, that's what I mean. Like Gord can do some
power
big shit.
works done.
Yeah.
Okay. What else you got?
Investiture of flame.
Do you have anything that dominates a monster, controls a monster?
Not anymore, I don't think.
Hold monster.
It's good. It's good.
Is a 5th level.
That could work. So the plan could be Valentine casts his spell, right? If
I tell
fails,
him you guys have to murder him in front of me. And then I would tell him, hey, go back. You got to swim to the reef and get your stuff, and then come back.
And something to the effect of, and completely keep it a secret. Like
you have to secretly go get your stuff and come back.
reassure that no one is ever told of, like, you know, this secret is so important. You do not share it with anyone.
That.
Yes.
If
that fails, Brock Brock can also put on his hold monster.
Yes, and then Hondo can assassinate him.
Yeah, and then potentially we can.
Then from there, you guys swim out. Maybe Gord does too. Finger of death one of these guys. The rest of you, step.
Hey, we gotta get moving on this. This is bad. Everything could fall apart right here.
Yeah.
I take out the fucking compass thing. And I think about the fucking Stormbreaker, and I cast into it to see if I can locate Stormbreaker.
Okay. You cast a level spell.
Yeah, let me pull it up here. We got 5 minutes. We got 5 minutes before this thing.
This will hold the timer while you look up the specifics.
Okay, so 5 minutes on the clock.
Keep in mind, just while you're looking up this.
Yeah.
These guys are swimming away.
I thought they hang. Oh
no, only the priest has come. The other three continued on.
Then fuck it, I can do this later. I'm gonna get this guy. I don't want them to get even farther if these guys have to gang up on them. Okay. Hey pal, can you come in here?
Of course. Do you have the relic?
Yes. And
let me see.
What is it? Let me find this fucking spell. Where the fuck is it? You are gonna love this relic because the relic is friendship. Mass suggestion.
Brock,
because what I think you should do is get your relics. You have to be secret and sneaky about it, and then come back here tomorrow like you had planned. That's my compulsion.
What's the save?
Wisdom 18.
I'm taking my swords up.
Wisdom 17.
Oh my god.
Okay, bye.
I'm just looking to see if he's got anything else.
Slowly put the swords.
1 second.
Okay.
You think lightning lure would be effective underwater?
More effective than fire.
This is what happens. Val, as you suggest this new course of action, in the 6 seconds in between where he was awaiting this new relic to new hold, and you can see it's taken hold, it's taken root. You can see the Summer Queen's magic. You can see your effect like sink in, and you can see this, what for 6 seconds was about to be a rise of that voice of the Kraken, a furious creature, immediately sinks back down. But in that split, like that 3rd second and then gone again, those eyes shift once more. Immediately, the priest kind of relaxes and says, "Of course, I will retrieve secretly. I will go." And he begins to kind of make his way out.
You guys have to go. That spell just failed on them.
2 seconds. Before, as you say that, Gord, Hondo, Valentine, Mary, that droning stops. What do you do?
Oh, fuck.
Does that mean she's awake?
Yep, sure does.
Unnecessary.
Let's just wait. Let's wait and listen. Let's just wait and listen.
How long do you wait?
You guys got to get those other, like, if you want to kill those people, you got to try and catch up to them.
I can't catch up to them. I can't.
We could just let them go. We could just let them go.
Yeah.
I say
Yeah, at
no,
this
I
point,
go.
It's too risky at this point.
But Hondo,
They've
it'd be 3-on-1.
I could take
You'll die.
either water.
You can't.
You can't.
You can't. One's a marrow. You would die, pal.
It's so risky.
We need to be a team. We need to get this as a team.
Yeah.
If you split up and break from the plan, it all goes to shit.
It's either fighting those 3 or we fight the Kraken.
I feel like it might be an and
no
situation,
fights,
not an or.
Pure heist. No fights, pure
Yeah.
heist.
Yeah.
How
No
long do you
fights,
wait?
pure heist.
No.
60 seconds pass.
Have we heard anything else?
Nothing yet.
Any rumblings? Anything like moving? Any tremors in the ground?
Make a perception check.
I can do that,
With
Scott. We need you to
disadvantage.
start using that Wayfinder sphere too.
I'll wait for this check anyways.
16.
Okay. 2 minutes pass. 3 minutes pass. No rumblings. No shifting of earth. No great tumultuous roar. Just silence.
What are we doing, guys?
We need to learn where these items are fucking now.
I take out the thing and start using it. So, just to be clear... Atlas of Endless Horizons.
Nope.
That's not it. Wayfinder's Sphere. All right. 3 charges, baby. Can use 1 charge and cast... Nope, still using the wrong thing. Jesus Christ, Scott. Okay. Locate object.
Okay.
And it's technically a 2nd level. So I just want to see what spell slot it needs for it.
It's less than 1,000 feet away.
For every spell slot, unless it's farther, we're like a little farther back.
So I mean, you
I'll
can
use
first.
It has to be above 2nd, so I'll use a 3rd. So 2,000 feet. Locate object on this guy. Locate object on Stormbreaker.
Locate object. You're putting magic into it.
Yeah, I pump a 3rd level spell.
Okay. I just want to look up specifics of locate object. Describe or name an object that is familiar to you. Familiar, yeah. You sense the direction of the object's location as long as that object is within 1,000 feet, in this case a little farther. If the object is in motion, you know the direction. The spell can locate a specific object known to you as long as you haven't seen it up close, so you can't do that specifically, but you have a pretty good idea. Lead would stop this from working, but you're underwater, so you're all right. As you inject your magic into it, the Wayfinder sphere like clicks and spins up, and as your magic kind of goes in from within, this like pale blue light just dusts out in this kind of like mote of light that kind of just faintly like kind of spins around, almost like a globe, and it's just kind of constantly kind of swirling with like a white kind of what looks almost like a mapping, kind of immediately kind of mapping the room around you. And it begins to quickly map, and you can recognize the city street. You can recognize the city square, kind of mapped in this faint kind of white line within this blue sphere of energy at the aura around the golden sphere. And Valentine, you can immediately sense directly in that path, that line of where these guys went to stand on the edge and overlook whatever is down into that deep pit. You can feel a root, you can feel a connection there in Stormbreaker. And you can watch as on the map, this white line, it kind of guides through the street, it guides, and you see the pillar of rock, and you descends down into it, and you can see the outline of this kind of shattered cathedral. And it seems to root there.
It's there.
What about the belt?
Yeah, I'll do it again.
Okay.
Sure.
Is it a once a day, or is it as long as you keep putting magic in?
I don't think it's once a day, but let me just confirm that.
I think it's a once a day just to straight cast the spells, but if you put your own magic in, I think you can just keep doing it as long as you don't put magic in.
I am cool with that if you are.
I'm gonna rule it just for speed.
Great. I'll put another 3rd in.
The aura of blue and white just, and it just a new one, and maps the identical path.
Fuck, they're both there.
No, that's good news. That's
yeah,
good
I'm
news.
in a good way.
Okay, so
I will use my Pearl of Power to regain one of those 3rds back.
Sure.
The whole time I'm listening, has anything changed?
Make a perception check. Not a disadvantage because you're just listening.
Okay.
And the darkness doesn't seem to affect that.
16.
It's been eerily silent. And over like 5 minutes now, as you've cast this a couple times and are waiting, no other sound. Almost as if like the water has stopped moving. The tides in this area are still.
Did those merrow who are swimming away see where we're hiding out?
No.
Great.
You guys
let's
hid
keep hiding here.
after they had already kind of swam beyond.
So guys, they don't know where we're hiding. I honestly don't think they'd be ballsy enough to be like, let's go wake up the fucking Kraken to tell them that there's 2 people here. They might be looking for us, but we could hide and if they find us, try and take them on. I think we have a choice to make here. Do we try and do this now? Or do we take a long rest, or at least try to, and try and do this in the morning?
You are
No.
tapped.
I'm exhausted. I've used all my 5ths, all my 4ths, and a 3rd. I still have
And
teleport.
your 6th.
That was actually a 5th.
Nope. Is Mass Suggestion a fit?
No, you are right. Sorry, you're right. I also use my 6th.
Which is your teleport, right?
So,
Nope.
Okay.
I got 1 shot at that. And I have Aetherius for plane shift.
Doing it today seems like a really bad idea. We also, secondarily, this all depends on it leaving.
We can't do it if she's in there.
We can't, we're gonna fucking die.
We're probably gonna die either way, but we're for sure dying if we do it while she's in there. I don't even think we should move. I think she's trying to find us. She's trying to listen for us right now.
How far away are we, Kyle?
from
Like we're with the Wayfinder sphere, we don't get a distance.
get a direction and within 2,000 feet. Or 3,000, whatever. Close.
2,000. And you said that cliff edge is 600 feet down. If we don't die tonight because she finds us, I think the plan would be, just like you're saying, Mary, when she comes up to see what she got for her birthday, the strike team goes in. We try and swim around. We don't go up and over. We try and go around. We try and get in from the seafloor, get into that thing. I could cast Mislead and try and be up above watching to try and have that guy be the scout. If Brawley's guarding me, I can be in that copy's head and tell us if anything bad is shifting.
Should we separate now?
I think she's probably looking for us now. That guy's eyes flashed and he saw that we were underwater in some sort of hovel. So perhaps that jolted her and now she's alerted everything around us to try and look for us.
Because if she sees all of us, there's no way some of it we can sneak off and strike, right? We have to separate now so she only sees part of us and the other part can go in.
But if we just hide here, she won't see us. I think if we try and separate, she could see us.
I think if we try to separate when the merrow are here, that might work better because we can kind of almost blend in with the crowd. The only thing is, fuck, I wish I would have thought of this earlier. Fucking scrying. I wish I could see what was going on, but that's gonna take way too much time at this point.
I just don't know. I guess I could try and scry on it, but that's the only thing I'm partially familiar with.
Not even really. I mean, who knows? Likely has ways of stopping that as well.
She will know.
Can I? She could. You're totally right. Can I try and go to the wooden board of a window or something and just look out and see if anything's like looking for us? I don't want to fully go outside, but just try and like peer out some like crack in the wall.
Yeah, there's no wood. Everything would be stone and just kind of cracks or windows of stone. But yeah, go ahead and make perception at disadvantage.
Man, low rolls tonight. 18.
You look out. You spend a good 30 seconds just looking and trying to see. You can see some shifting in the dark, but it's small. Could be a small, like a large fish or an eel, maybe. It doesn't seem to be coming towards you necessarily. It's just kind of swimming through the buildings.
I'll scoot back. Do you guys want to? What do you want to do? You want to try and sleep? You want to try and rest here? It's almost 7 p.m. It's like our bedtime.
I mean, we have 24 hours until... It's 24 hours until it's going to leave of its own volition. For tomorrow, this isn't, let's wake up tomorrow and do it in the morning. It's 24 fucking hours. It's the evening that this all goes down.
The alternative is trying to lure it out now, but then there's no like crowd to get lost in. You guys couldn't be Merrow and hide in the other Merrows. It would literally be her stomping an entire city to try and destroy us.
Well, let's create something to draw a crowd.
There's no one here yet. All the Merrow come tomorrow. I think we sleep I got no spells. I got no high level spells. I only have 1 teleport.
We need to do a long rest.
Should we get slightly further away? Are any of these buildings connected, Kyle, or are they all like individual? There's no like moving without going through the streets?
I mean, some of them are connected, but yeah, like if you wanted to move, I don't know exactly. Like some of the buildings are connected. A lot of it is destroyed. You could move to other buildings with like darting through smaller alleys and between ruined structure.
So I know this is...
You wanted to reposition.
Yeah, to reposition just slightly further away from this thing. Like we get 24 hours to move back. I would love to scout and get a better idea of what the fuck we're going up against, but I think it's too risky right now. What we could do, it's the use of more spell slots. We could invisibility some people. We could turn people into little fish that don't look like anything. We could disguise self and try to get slightly further away than very close to this thing. Or we're sitting here for 24 hours.
I just worry that moving is another opportunity for them to see us.
Okay.
I totally hear you that we're close to it, though.
Then let's find a way to make this place as secure as fucking possible.
I take that.
Like when we were in a ghost city. And zombies were knocking down the door, but it didn't matter because this creepy-ass ghost lady came right through the wall. But you know what?
And Lav died.
Yep. Let's not... I don't want to repeat that. So, where we are now, Kyle, how many windows, how many doors? Is there anything we can see that would help secure this place quietly?
I mean, honestly, there's nothing in this immediate structure that you could see to secure. Like there is no scraps of wood. It would have long deteriorated. You could use other stone of like almost every building is destroyed in some capacity. There's gaps, there's openings, there's roofs that are collapsed, there's entire walls. Some of these buildings are just the ruin, not just the outer edges. The building you're in is about 3/4 closed. The upper floor is completely destroyed, and the one corner, the southwest corner, is kind of broken away. But it has like 3 full walls and a roof right now.
We need to create a blind or something. We need some kind of cover, and we're gonna need fucking watches out the ass. Like everyone is gonna have to be on high alert. Okay, Alana, you know stonework. Is there anything you can see we can do here?
I can try and use whatever materials we have without being too
noisy.
Yeah.
I could cast silence though.
That might actually be super fucking helpful.
Silence is a second. I got those. So if we wanted to be noisy and try and hold this place up, I can do that.
How long does silence last?
10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But I got seconds.
And if everyone hauls ass, we got Keith. He can lift heavy things. If we're gonna stay here, I don't feel safe just like sitting in a corner. Like we need to do something.
So what is it you want to construct?
Try to use the stone materials that we can find to try to potentially create almost like a blind, like a false wall or something that looks like from most angles or from above, potentially like just part of the building, but creating a little pocket or like almost separating off, like there's a room So, but from most angles,
just make like a lean.
From most angles, like an optical illusion where it looks like it's all part of the same wall.
Okay. In that case, I'm not going to ask for any physical checks because you guys there's plenty of you. Silence will aid with keeping it quiet.
I'll cast it now.
You'll be able to do that. But Mary, then I will have you make a survival check with advantage given the aid of your fellows.
I'll inspire you.
First one was a natural one, so thank you for that. Thank you for that advantage.
And inspo.
Well, the second one was a natural 19.
Hell, use the inspo. Let's get fucking.
That's a 6 because my survival's only a +1, I think. So,
25?
No, it's more than that. 26.
26, okay. I would say, even with a 26, it will take a second casting of silence to maintain about 20 minutes of with the amount of you and your mounts able to kind of shift some stone and marry your kind of keen eye and ability to kind of blend in. In the second floor, you kind of construct. Basically, from second floor down to the first floor, you construct kind of an overhang and a little pocket where you can kind of tuck within and you can see perfectly clear above, and it gives you good sight line kind of out into the main street. But it feels pretty covered and like natural, or as natural as destroyed stone can be.
Yeah, like thinking like a hunting blind where people you can't see in, but you can see out.
Yeah, great description.
With that time, I think you could accomplish something to that effect, and without there's no point in having you guys roll from moving stone. Allie alone could do it.
We strong.
Yeah. Okay.
And we're probably
I'd say at this point, like
now.
another hour has passed. Like given all of the stuff that has gone on, 20 minutes of that, like, and even a little bit of planning and talking, like we're pushing to 8 and change. Your perceptive folk of you. Still quiet.
Time is different for her, though. If this is an immortal being, what might seem like a day to us could be like her taking 2 seconds to listen outside. So let's just be cool.
So we're taking a nap?
Yeah, we're going to try and take a long rest.
As he takes a swig of his birthday Olins.
By the way, it's our DM's birthday, or it was yesterday. It was also Brawley's birthday earlier this week, so please send them some love on Twitter or at Hexplorers DnD and all the channels.
Send anyone in Halifax, send Kyle more beer.
Yes.
They can only get in Halifax.
If you're on the East Coast, we'll set up a PO box. Let us know. Yeah.
Sponsor.
Or if you would like to sponsor this, if you want to sponsor this.
While you're there, if anyone from the East Coast has those like lobster lollipop things, those are great. I'll take some.
Okay. As you guys begin to settle in for a long night's rest.
No.
Are you doing, I assume you're doing the watches.
We have to.
Yeah, we got
watches.
to do watches.
Who's going to take the first?
I will.
Okay.
I can go first with you. We have 6 party members, so we could do double up.
We
don't have. We have 5.
Unless you're counting Fern as
Fern
is double exhausted. And
Fern is real sleepy.
Aww.
Fern is just on its paws, like.
And honestly, I mean, you can if you want Valentine, but as you're exhausted, you will not be aiding in perception.
That's true. So you could might as well just sleep.
Gord technically doesn't need to sleep ever. So, I mean, he could be our watch pal, alert kitty for all of this.
He does need to rest, so he can't be
on
that's good.
Watch. Yeah.
But he can be alert. He can be awake. But it's almost like
a meditative trance or something.
Exactly. He needs to rest to recuperate, but like he doesn't technically sleep.
Well, it's on you guys. Hondo, if you're going first, I'm not much help, so I will just sleep.
Hondo, perception check, please.
$14.
Okay.
And perception, you said?
Yes, please.
Which I have Advantage?
Nope, no advantage on it, unfortunately. Just straight roll. 14
So
plus
12.
perception.
14 and 12. 26.
As everyone begins to bed down in this odd place, you don't unfurl bedrolls. What would be the point? You just
I do have a recommendation, Kyle. If we're going to be sleeping, Scott and I can't be wearing our armor. So I would like to put it in the bag of holding so that it's in a separate plane technically and not... We can't wear it anyway. So what is it going to hurt to put it in the bag of holding?
It's not a bad idea.
You place your armors in the bag of holding for safekeeping. Everyone begins to bed down. Honda, you take position in this kind of blind you've created, and you watch out in the streets for the first hour. You see a little flitting of fish and what looks like potentially an eel. The corner of your eye, you feel like you see something shift. It's nothing, but it's just eerie. It is perpetual darkness, and that silence and the pressure. You're comfortable at the depths. You're comfortable with this pressure and the cold, but it is foreboding in the worst sense. You're, charismatic. You are ready for a fight. You're ready to throw down at any moment's notice. But this still even shakes even you, just a little bit. The second hour passes. You hear just this faintest of rolling rolls. I'd like everyone to give me a wisdom saving throw.
I say she's awake. I'm almost going to say.
Shit. Disadvantage on saving throws or just
God.
ability checks?
Just ability checks for one.
Okay.
I think for second level exhaustion, I don't think it's saving throws. I think it's attack rolls.
This is wisdom?
Wisdom
Yep.
save across the board.
Thank you, dice. You're being
14.
nice to me
Yeah.
today.
Watch. 21.
Oof.
Oh,
There-
nice.
D&D Beyond is being nice to you.
Oof. I'll roll it for Fern, though.
Yes, please.
Oh,
26.
Okay.
Fern rolled 11 on the dice. What do you add to this, Fern? 13.
Okay. Hondo, Ali, Keith.
13 and 2, 15.
17 for me and 14 for Keith.
Hondo, you remain on watch. And all of you, as you get that second hour of rest, it's been a fitful rest, and it's difficult to sleep, and every little sound and every little shift of sand beneath your head wakes you up, and you expect the worst. You expect this building to collapse on top of you. You await in the pit of your stomach this horrible screech to just overtake you all. And it is horrible, this sense of awaiting dread. And it doesn't sit well with many of you. You have very fitful sleep. But how do your watch comes to an end?
Who's next?
It's up to you. What do you
Oh,
want?
okay.
It just can't be me.
I'll pick Mary and I'll say, she's awake and I would be ready.
And sweet dreams.
Good luck.
And don't wake me up if there's any problem.
Oh, great. Thank you. While I'm up, I'll make sure I have my armor back on, but when I'm unconscious, it's going in the bag.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Mary, as you take watch, go ahead and make a perception check at disadvantage.
14 and 12 on the dice, so 18.
for the first half of your watch, you kind of push yourself through that foreboding, that darkness. You push yourself to be strong and to be prepared, and just rely fully on training and on mentality to break what is a crushing fear at the bottom of the ocean awaiting a terrible death. And that fear goes away for the first half of your watch. It's at the second half when you hear the shifting of rock. It's not close, but it echoes like in a canyon, just carried along the waves. Just this shifting, like a heavy slithering over rock. It's long and drawn out. I'd like you to make a stealth check.
Okay.
There's so much nope.
I'm gonna use luck. That was okay, but it could be better. Make sure I mark that off. Jesus, it was already marked off because it doesn't automatically reset, so that's good to know.
That's better.
Okay. With the 10 on the dice, stealth is good, but let's see if it gets better. That is absolutely better. That's a 16 plus 11, so 27.
You don't necessarily reposition. You're already pretty confident in utilizing your blind, utilizing this position, and in a sunken city of hundreds of buildings. You're just one in that many. And yet, nothing that you could have done prepares you for the moment that you watch just tentacles rise over the edge of that peak. 30, 40, 50, 60 feet long. And this just bulbous, like octopi-like figure with multiple reaches of tentacles pulling itself up and over. These eyes beam in this golden orange, the irises of the deepest, darkest black, and they just scan the city. This rumble, like in a vacuum, like heavy tides just rolls across the entire city. All of you are stirred in your sleep as a wave of cold ocean tide just kind of sweeps through, and everything in the city just shifts and rises, like the sand, the kelp, and fish are thrown as the ocean just kind of shifts, settles, and shifts, settles. Need everyone to make Constitution saving throws.
Oh boy.
Use
18 for Key and 27 for me.
Good old natural 1 using my second Indomitable. Thank you. Level up.
Ooh. Okay.
18 total. 15 and 2.
17.
Dirty 20.
I got 13, but I'm going to use my Bardic thing.
I don't think you can use it on saves. I think it's only on ability checks.
I just checked and it says the creature can add to ability check, attack roll, or saving throw.
Ah, get it, girl.
Because I was also terrified I couldn't add it. That's what I'm talking about. Fuck me. It was a 9, so 22. Oh, God.
Okay. Fern as well.
Oh, Fern. Sweet boy.
This is like the specific instance where I'm like, I am a fighter. I hit with swords.
Fern got an 8. I don't know. You had like 2 to this, I think, Fern. He had 3. Whoop-de-doo.
Poor guy.
Those of you who, all of you are awakened by this entire jostling and reshifting, but you're able to keep yourself calm, and even under this unbearable cold, it slowly settles again. Still colder than it was, but you just kind of grow comfortable. You begin to kind of pull yourself back to sleep as nothing comes, but Mary, you keep your eyes trained on the ravenous maw just watching over the city. And you can just kind of hear this rolling, guttural. It almost sounds like a chuckle, but like if a mountain would laugh beneath the tides. It just rolls. It doesn't move. It just holds its position. And after another hour, 2 hours, it slips beneath, and that light kind of dissipates. The tentacles just pull back. And it rises up. And you just feel it shifting up and over the city. You watch and lose sight of it as it just pulls the tide alongside. Everyone is awoken once more. As Mary, your watch would end. Who do you pass it on to?
I unclench my jaw, and you know where like you've been working on the computer all day and you didn't realize you were clenching your teeth all day, and they fucking hurt. And pull my fingernails out of my palms that were probably bleeding and stinging in seawater. Let's do Gord.
Okay.
Come on, kitty.
Everyone begins to kind of just quietly try and settle. And Mary, you pass along that Kraken has shifted from its slumber. Let's Gord, go ahead and make a perception check, but Mary, you can say what you're going to say.
That's fine.
You pass along to Gord. Gord, you have just straight roll.
27.
Oh, baby.
Was that nat 20? What was it?
18 plus 9.
Oof, clutch.
And I need everyone to make another wisdom save except Gord. Yeah. Wisdom save across the board minus Gord. Kev, you're good. Allie?
Thank God.
3.
5 for me and 8 for Keith.
Okay.
I had to use another bardic, but I only had a 2 on the dice, so it's 11. I had 11 total plus 2, so only 13.
Okay. And Fern as well.
Oh, Fern. Sweet Fern.
And Mary.
Oops, sorry. Oh, shit. Fern is... fucking Fern. 18.
Fern, 18. Wow. Okay.
Plus 2, so 20 for him. 30, 20.
Mary?
24.
Nice. Great.
Okay. Valentine, Alana, and Keith. Despite your best efforts, there is no shot you're getting back to sleep. There's a Kraken swimming over top of the city you're hiding in at the bottom of the deepest, darkest ocean. Unfortunately, Valentine, you will not lose that point of exhaustion. And Alana and Keith, you gain a point of exhaustion.
What about spells?
You still gain the rest of your rest.
You're still resting, you're just not unconscious.
You're just not sleeping.
That's okay.
Exactly. And I would say that, not that it's going to affect anything, it's effective in terms of combat. You are not sleeping out of straight frightened fear. Like you are purely afraid. And there's nothing that can pull you back into sleep. So your abilities are going to recharge. You'll still get to heal up, but you just don't get a restful night's sleep.
I'll hold Brawley's hand while we're trying to sleep.
Oh.
Keith nuzzles in under both of your hands being held.
Oh.
And he's just shivering.
Like a puppy.
Yeah, Fern is so afraid, just on our feet, just like that.
Yeah. Though you guys are kind of silently huddling together, Gord, you watch as this monstrous entity, easily 20 to 30 to 40 feet at a side, depending on how much it feels like stretching out. It looks octopi or squid-like in form, but just its form is just caked and covered in ancient sea life, in scars from a time hundreds and hundreds of years before you were ever born. This creature is old as these ruins and older. And it stalks over them, slowly just drifting. And those of you awake and Gord, you hear just the of crushing falling rock and building beyond in the city. 10, 15 minutes later, a flash of lightning, deeper. The Kraken stalks through the city, hunting. An hour, 2 hours. Starts to make its way back down the main thoroughfare. That rumbling, that same drawing the tide with it. You're all kind of lifted briefly. And it just kind of rises up over the rock with a last kind of chuckling rumble before descending out of sight. Seemingly sated for the time.
Reverse psychology. They would never hide this close to my actual fucking house.
The rest of you awaken. A long rest achieved. It is early.
Oh, great.
You know, should be around first light, but none of that light is getting down deep here.
If we want to put a time on it, would we say like 6 a.m.?
Sure.
And then the spell scroll will run out at noon. That's what we said, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You can you don't have to re-up it like at 12. You can cast it again right now and get 24 hours up again. But if you want to get your money's worth, you got a couple more hours.
Mm-hmm.
What's the plan for today?
Do we hear that rumbling? Is it still silent?
Good idea.
Make a perception check. Straight roll.
Dirty 20.
Nice.
You do hear that rumbling once more.
Okay. So we know she's probably back down there. Man, if we had somehow been rested, that could have been an opportunity to go last night, but oh well. Bygones. We know they are taking the descent now, all the merrow. They're coming down now. It'll probably take till the evening, potentially. So we just got to make our last plan here before we do this actual thing. And by do this thing, I mean wait several hours, impatiently afraid, and then go.
I think now that it sounds like she might be asleep again. We need to get a better eye on exactly where we're going and carve a path for ourselves and like down to the fucking meter decide what route we're taking and who's going where. I mean, we were able to walk around fine with those merrow yesterday, as long as we heard that snore. I think we need to use this to our advantage. I can't sit still for another few hours and stare at the Kraken 40 feet above my face. I can't fucking do it. I need to move.
Well, we could split up here. Some of us could stay at home base, but the stealthier of us could go.
If we should also be making sure that whoever is moving has the ability to look like merrow, just in case some are either don't have to travel as far, or if they're just a little impatient, because we could have guests. Those guests could also be all manner of sea creature. So we want to make.
So that would probably be just you and Hondo. Natively can do it. I mean, Brawley can, but it's only for an hour. We might want to save it. And I guess Gord can all the time. He's got mask many faces.
There's also the option of invisibility.
Yeah, it's true.
But yes, I can just look like a merrow. So I can go.
Hondo should go with you. Like, you two could go and scout. You guys scout. Maybe it'd be good to find a location down below, not near the temple, but where we could have a base of operations so that when we see her ascent, we could go in as quick as we can instead of having to go down. I would say, though, I'm scared about getting too close. If you get too close to that thing, I'm worried she would sense you, or that the lightning you described would hit you.
I'm thinking of trying to see how far this descent goes, like almost just making not a diameter, whatever, like a peripheral all the way around, to see if we can come in from the back, essentially. I'm not going to go down. I'm going to, hopefully, Hondo and I can see how far we can see and get as much information from up top. But we'll fucking see. How far, I always fucking forget, Kyle. Is the distance on our earrings 500 feet?
Roughly.
Okay. We're not.
It's 500 feet down.
We're not going to be able to stay within earrings watch. I mean, we'll try to as long as we can, but it's not going to last forever. We can daisy chain it if we really get scared about it, but yeah, I'd like to do that, Hondo, if you want to do that as well, if anyone else wants to join.
You guys go for sure. Take this potion of water breathing.
Just in case.
Not the piss one, Hondo, the real one.
I don't need
Mary,
it.
not you, pal. Mary, you take it. You guys go. We could stay here with the scroll. And if you're not back by like noon when I have to cast this, I know it's in like 4 hours, but if you're not back, we'll cast this and go looking for you.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to, that's a good point, be very strict about time, because that potion only lasts an hour. So I'm fucked. I'm fucked if I don't get back within.
We have a couple, but yeah, you got to get back here. So we'll say 2 hours. If you're not back in 2 hours, we'll go look for you.
Sure.
So don't die. That's the main thing. Is trying not to die.
Yeah, I'm not planning on it. Okay, yeah, that's what I'll do.
Okay. So Hondo and Mary are going to set off?
Yep.
Use a hat to look like a merrow. Same thing as yesterday.
Okay.
Keep a mask.
Okay. Both of you
keep saying mask like it's like a nicely crafted thing and not like those issues of Batman where the Joker wore his own face that had been skinned off.
Yeah.
Like that's what it looks like.
I mean it just looks like
an image because it's very evocative. And
I just look like I've been in a couple of fights. I'm a bit roughed up, but I'm still one of you. I'm still a merrow.
Mary, I'll inspire you for this first leg. You have 10 minutes for this with this inspiration.
Okay, thank you.
Hondo, do you want me to make you invisible? You have spells. You could disguise yourself too, but I have more slots than you. Like, I can make you invisible if you want.
Let me check. I can be invisible too.
It would just save your spell slots.
Oh, okay. Yeah, why not? Make me invisible.
I mean, you're so stealthy though. Maybe I should do it on Mary.
Do it on her.
The one thing I'll say is the DM, Hondo gets advantage on stealth naturally. Mary does not.
Yeah.
Advantage would give her advantage on that. So they both have advantage on their stealth. Well,
okay, I'll do that. Mary, I'm going to make you invisible. 1 second level spell.
Yeah. The two of you, that's concentration for an hour?
Yes.
Okay. The two of you begin to break off from the rest of the group who remains in this kind of makeshift lair. both of you go ahead and make it stealth checks at advantage. And Mary, you have Val's inspiration, which you have for 10 minutes, but
I think I'd rather use it on my perception or like whatever the next thing is, because I rolled pretty good.
Okay. We'll see if it lasts.
So I have advantage, right?
Yep, you both do.
Okay, so rolled
23.
12 and stealth is 15.
23, 27.
27.
Okay.
Yep, that's perfect.
Yeah, it's super fucking creepy.
The Joker face.
I look a bit more
So-
cleaned up. I'm a bit more well put together.
Are you though? I mean,
Not
at
with
least
all
you
the
don't have
ocean.
raw face underneath of it, but
Yeah, it's true. You guys begin to use your best stealth through the remainder of the buildings before reaching kind of open terrain. Mary, you're invisible, so it's not a huge issue. Hondo, you just do it as fast as you can, and you swim faster than Mary. So you're able to kind of skirt ahead while Mary invisibly catches up. You guys break down into a dive down into this darker section on the other side, deep into this ravine trench, where you see this slowly growing ruined cathedral. What is it you want to try and do here? You want to just try and investigate around?
I wanted to see, honestly, if there was a way that we could enter and like descend from the opposite side of where this. So basically, so that when we go down, we don't have to do it from right where all the merrow are going to be. So kind of like if there was a way, rather than descending where we are now, or if we have to descend to figure this out, if like we could descend from the opposite side of, if it's a big hole, unless I'm imagining this wrong.
Yeah,
Split trench.
So from the rise of rock and the kind of the end of the city back this way, it descends down, and then it's just a big dug trench that drops down 500-600 feet. The trench continues well past where, and like seems to continue descending well past where this cathedral has kind of settled in it. You could come around from away from the city from left or right if you wanted to go left or right, and kind of off into more open ocean, and kind of there's less place to hide, but you'd be open ocean, and it's a softer descent down into the trench.
Okay.
Just as an immediate visual perspective.
So I misunderstood. I was thinking that the center square was like sunken and there was city all around it, but instead it's more of like a lip off into the nothingness that you are very terrified of, I know, in real life.
Yeah.
When those divers go down there and you want to scream at them. Yeah. Okay. So maybe just trying to see if there are any like caves or crevices or places that we could, like Valentine said, hole up, or
so away from the actual structure, you want to just kind of get wide around to see other places to hide out?
Basically, I'm trying to see if there is a route see if we can discover a route that we can take that would be the most out of sight possible from above to get there, or to hide out to sneak in once we see the Kraken depart.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and make an investigation check. Hondo, are you aiding in this search? Or are you looking for something else?
I will aid.
Okay. Then Mary, you have advantage on this, and at the tail end of that inspiration.
Ooh, thank you for that advantage, because it was a 6 and then it was an 18 on the dice, and I will be using this inspiration.
Yeah, inspiration is going to go in.
Oh, that's a 9, so this is going to be an insane roll. I'm too tired to do this math without my fingers. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. So that is a 39.
Okay.
Oh my god.
I think that's the highest thing I've ever rolled.
You and Hondo begin skirting kind of the lip of this kind of trench that's dug down, and even beyond the lip of it. and you're just kind of searching beyond the city. It just kind of descends into rock and sand and kind of open terrain. It's just kind of open ocean, and it is dark. What little, there's not even life, not even plant life necessarily, but there's little like bits. You do manage to find about 400 feet roughly. You gauge about 400 feet, so it's not quite as far as the edge of the city. It's a little closer, but you're down on its level. If you're looking at, like from the city, if you're looking at the temple, the cathedral, it'd be to the right about 400 feet and about 1,000 feet ahead of the city, almost in line with the actual temple, a little past. A sunken ship. You can see the hull of a ship kind of crashed in. Rock and some like barnacle and just like natural undersea formation has kind of crept over top of it, and it's kind of split where there's an open entrance in one, and the wood of it is long, like deteriorated and pale, but it's big enough to house your group. The only disadvantage it would have is that beyond it is more or less open sea, but from what you're gathering, beyond the city at this level, it's more or less open seas, just very, very dark. But you get a pretty good hiding place, about 400 feet shy of the temple.
Okay. And
Gotta get there.
how good is the line of sight from there to the altar? Like, is it a clear
Poor.
shot, or is it good? Okay, so it's poor, so that like we could potentially like that open ocean break. I mean, is it obscured by the cathedral to that area?
If you're looking from the cathedral or from the altar point.
From the altar point, like if we were to cross that open ocean, are we in a spot where the cathedral would be in front of that, or there'd be like if we had to make that break, could we be easily seen from the altar?
So the advantage you have by going deep down and searching down here is that basically the altar and where the merrow and the majority of these people are going to be is almost blocked by the actual rise of the rock of the altar. So the altar and the edge of the city rise up and block most of the only people who could see would be anyone on the very top plinth where you guys were standing initially, where you looked down into. If there are creatures up there, in theory, they could see you making your way from the ship to the cathedral, though it is a very far distance away, and you could be at the advantage of the darkness here,
Right.
if you move quickly and stealthily.
And if we have some kind of big, hey, look at these giant relics show going on up there, illusory, then
Likely nothing going on. No one's going to be looking down here.
okay, perfect.
But keeping in mind that the Kraken itself, from cathedral to here, and if anything is on this side, on the cathedral side of the plinth and of the altar, it would have open line of sight to this space.
So we can only really do it while it's sleeping. Okay.
Either while it's sleeping or while it's focused at the city.
Some other way. Is how long has it been?
Give you maybe 20-25 minutes.
No, it's not bad. So we have other time.
By the
Is there
time you
anything-
got there, saw it in the distance, searched it, checked it out, and then now.
Is there anything you want to do, Kev, while we're down here? Quiet. We need to be as sneaky as possible. But
Maybe I'll do an investigation to see if there's anything worth taking, or
I mean, yeah, this is an area where it was like treasure was dropped, right? So there
yeah,
might
like, is
actually
there
be
anything of note?
You can search in this area if you want, though you kind of did a search already, and I gave you kind of the heads up that anything that would be of note would be in or near the cathedral itself. So if you wanted to make your way closer, obviously it'd be another stealth check as you're getting close to the cathedral itself, where presumably this Kraken is sleeping. But the chances of actually finding something nearest where it's supposed to kind of hole up are way higher.
I will go a bit closer.
Okay. How much is a bit? Currently, you're about 400 feet away.
So when I first did it, I would have examined, 400 feet?
You would have been up on the plinth at basically, if you imagine like where they were throwing offerings down or where it was taking offerings from, you were watching like what would have been scraped and left into the dirt and left behind. If you were to go within maybe 50 feet or less of the cathedral walls itself, you could get what, if you imagine it was carried along the ocean or carried by the Kraken itself and kind of tumbled out and fell just outside, you'd have a better chance.
I'll do 150 feet.
150? Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check. Okay.
So 5 and... Oh, but I can roll again?
Oh, no, you can make that a 10.
Oh, okay, so 10 and 11.
Auto make it 10, make it auto make
21.
Automatically. 21. Let's see. As you get within 150 feet, you creep across the open terrain, doing your best. Mary, what are you doing in this time? You going along?
I don't want to chance it, and being any closer to that thing, it really freaked her the fuck out.
You will lose line of sight on Honda.
Am I still in earring distance?
You would be within earring distance. You're within earring distance from the ship that you found to the cathedral, no problem.
Okay. I will lose line of sight because he's getting closer and getting in behind things.
It's just dark as hell. You just
Gotcha.
don't have good sight. You have a rough idea of where this cathedral is because it's such a massive structure. You can make out very faint lines, but as a single individual, you'll lose sight of him past 30, 40 feet.
Okay, it's not safe to go by yourself, so I'll go with him invisibly.
Okay.
I'm gonna keep watch alongside him.
That's fine. Both of you make another stealth check with advantage, invisible and super awesome rogue.
Ooh, oh, thank goodness.
29.
Okay. Oof.
Oh,
But I get the 10, right?
yes, you do.
You get the auto 10.
Thank God.
So 25 total, 10 and 15.
Okay.
Jesus, that's the lowest you can roll on stealth now, unless you roll a 1, is 25. Don't be too cocky. Yeah, Kyle's rolling dice.
You guys get closer and closer, and that sound is just kind of louder and louder as you get close. As you get within that distance, it's still impossible to see beyond 30 feet in front of you. Maybe, Hondo, you get a little better sight. You're a little bit better at this. Mary, you're relying heavily on these goggles to give you a little bit of something, but the darkness down here is even stronger than this magic can provide. Hondo, unfortunately, you don't find anything at this distance. You're not sure if, this creature's been down here a long time. It probably did a little sweep. Unfortunately, you don't find anything at this distance.
Come back, my sweet babies. Come back, my sweet babies.
So dangerous. Yeah, at this point, I'd be nervous about timing.
All right,
It's not coins.
It's been
I'll come
35 minutes, maybe 40
I know,
minutes.
but who knows how long it might take to get back quietly. And they said 2 hours, they'd come looking, so.
Okay. You guys
I'll come
return?
back. But would I
Return
find
to-
any coins along the way?
Yeah, you could find coin. If you wanted to try and scoop coin as you're swimming along, you can gather. Here, hold on.
I'll take what I can get.
Yep. You gather 42 silver
Oh, yeah. I'll
and
take it.
19 gold.
Oh, that's nice.
There's coin everywhere. Like if you put your hand in the dirt, you're gonna pull up coin. You can see some of it's really, really old. None of it looks particularly new, but it's also been underwater for at least a good amount of time.
While Hondo was looking for that, we're getting closer to the cathedral, and you just said it's really dark. Could you see? Sorry, unless I missed it. You still couldn't see the cathedral from there.
As you guys got within 150 feet, you guys can always see the cathedral when you're in this section. It's just kind of outlined in the darkness because it's such a massive structure. Gotcha. And there is a source of light from within. It's very faint, but it does provide a little bit of light. As you got within 150 feet, you could see what looked like the outline of potentially like kind of half a window, like or a crack, where you could see what kind of looked like almost like torchlight.
Okay, so the crack, so that's potentially an entrance. Like I'm basically trying to see if we came from the ship like as a beeline, would we run into, oh shit, now we're at a wall, or would there potentially be a entrance?
At this distance, you're unsure if that's a crack or if that's an entrance.
But we
you
also
get closer and do a better investigation, and you could find out. But
we also know that the roof's torn off this thing.
Sure, yeah.
In an area.
If you want to come in hot.
Don't want to, but that's like an emergency, and I don't want to get any closer right now. I don't think it's.
I will also point out, like I know, like you're swimming, so like it's not like a big difference, but it wouldn't be 400 feet from ship to roof and in. That would add a little bit of trajectory because you got to go like swoop up and then dive down. So think more in like the 450, 500 range to think of that amount of movement.
Okay. I don't feel safe going any closer by ourselves.
That's fair.
There's
but a Kraken in there.
Yep, but there is a crack, and that is promising. Yeah.
Possibly.
At
the hour mark, you return to the city, unless you guys wanted to stop for something else. But about the hour, maybe a little over the hour, you guys are being really cautious as you came back. The city is quiet. No movement, nothing of note. In that time you guys sat there and waited, you didn't even see any other fish. Weirdly quiet.
They're back now?
Everybody returned together.
So that seems like a good spot that we all could go. Said it took like 20-25 minutes to get there. Like we should post up there before everyone starts showing up.
Exactly.
I could make someone invisible again. I could polymorph to drag some people, and Fern could do that too. Yeah, I think we should go now.
Is the priest still with us?
Nope.
No, priest has gone back up to get the stuff from the reef. So I think the play is we reposition in the ship, take a short rest, hang out, wait. When the party starts happening, we wait for Big Mama to show up and go. And then we're 400 feet away. That means we could dimension door there, or Hondo could just swim there. But then we could try and get inside this thing, and whether some of us stay back there. I guess the problem is you can't really see. It's so far away.
My thought is what is our game plan? To not have, that guy show up and be like, what? Where is my magical surprise? That's potentially where that mislead could come in handy. To have another Valentine wearing the stuff and hold another. I don't know how that works.
I don't think you can make him holding like anything that you aren't already holding. Like that's a separate illusion.
I could have him hold whisper before I do it, but he would just be clutching it.
Exactly.
But it only lasts an hour. And they might just try and kill me, and then it would be pretty obvious.
Okay.
And I'd have to cast it, and he would have to get up there. I'd have to send my illusionary double skirting around to try and get up there.
You're right.
I like the idea, though. I think it's a good play at some point, but it's just tough.
Yeah. Secondarily, we have to decide what happens when we get in there. We know there's big Kraken, there's tiny Kraken. How is tiny Kraken just going to be a cute little baby napping in a corner, or is it something we're going to have to sneak around, or is it going to go up with Mama, or we don't know.
It cries, alerts Mama, she comes down.
Yep. Or is there some other kind of magical defense? I can't see any of that shit. So when we're searching for these things, who's searching and who's last ditch combat? Who's focusing on what? And is there anything else we can do ahead of time to give ourselves the best chance of all this happening?
Before the search goes down, I inspire Hondo. Hondo inspires you. You both go in together, you search. You see a baby, you try and be stealthy around it, not even engage in it. You just try and get the device. I could give Hondo or you the thing. You grab one, awesome. You try and grab the other one. If you only get one, that's a job well done. We get the fuck out of here. When you're done, you radio, hey, we gotta go. You guys get out. We rush towards each other. The Kraken is plummeting down towards us, maw open. We teleport out. It's a great day.
So I have one chance at Dimension Door.
Mm-hmm.
We should pick a meet spot just in case that's within that amount of time.
The ship.
Okay. Secondarily, if something happens and Hondo and I are there and we get a disco moment, it's just, I think Gord has to come with us because he has
plane shift.
B, Elena's gonna have to use that dimension door on herself to get herself in there, and you're gonna have to use your own because Keith.
I'm gonna have to use what?
You're gonna have to use 2 dimension door spells to come to us because of Keith.
If we go with you guys.
No, I'm saying if something happens,
I see.
And we all need to be in that cathedral.
Yeah, we can come quick.
Swimming there is not gonna fucking happen. So
No.
It's gonna need to be 2 uses of dimension door.
Just one because I can Brawley and I together.
No, you can't because you can't have Keith come with you. Individual creatures, right, Kyle?
Mm-hmm. So that's fine. She uses her gem, or she uses the cape. I use the dimension door.
Yeah, I'm just talking out everything, all the potential problems. It might be. Yeah, I'm not sure. We. I don't have a specific plan for all this planning and sneaking. It's kind of seems like it's gonna end up being a start and see what the fuck happens.
Yeah, see what's in there. I think we'll get as close to we can before the unknowns take over, but we'll just keep chipping away. So first up, let's get to that sunken ship before the rest of the Merrow show up.
First up, maybe we make sure we can all water breathe for another day.
It's about, what do you think, Kyle? 7, 8 o'clock?
Give or take.
We can wait till we get to the ship.
24 hours?
We can just try and maximize the time we want. If we go to the ship, it takes another 20 minutes. Just try and get as close to noon as we can.
That's fair.
Okay.
We're going to have to be, once we're there, we're going to have to be really fucking quiet. No unnecessary anything.
What do you think, Hondo?
Do we want to steal the baby?
Okay.
That's not the priority, but I'm into that as a third option. First option, Stormbreaker. Second option, Belt of the Tempest. Third option, Baby Kraken or Baby Kraken.
Because are we stealing it for its value or for as
to raise it with Teddy, to raise it as our own?
Not black and Kraken.
Honda, the Baby Kraken is probably going to be the size of like a 18-wheeler. Like, it is not going to be fucking you throw it in a bag and get out of there.
It's a school bus. Yeah, it's like
it's a fucking school bus.
Yeah.
So ignore the Baby Kraken. What's going to happen? What could happen is you show up, you're looking around, and then the Baby Kraken's there, all cute and asleep. And then if you even touch that Kraken and it lets out some sort of cry that can be heard throughout the ocean, Mama's coming down. Is she mad?
So the other thing to keep in mind. Oh, my baby monitor's dying. Perfect timing for that. Beeping loud at me. Yes, I will plug you in. Other thing to keep in mind is. Baby Kraken wakes up, it starts to throw down. We cannot murder this baby Kraken or we will have the world's fucking angriest mama tailing us down forever. We cannot kill that thing. We absolutely can't.
But we can.
Kyle's so happy with this scenario. Look at his
face.
Yeah, blackmail the fucking primordial baby.
Hold it hostage and say,
maybe.
Leave us alone or it's going.
I think that's an interesting idea.
Cool, I can murder you in 5 seconds.
She might be into that though. We'll just have to see. But don't lead with that. That's like,
of course.
And remember, you have your genie bottle. Things get real scary.
Mm-hmm.
Let's party, baby. Let's get crazy.
Absolutely.
How are we getting to the ship? I can polymorph Fern and I, so I could drag Gord and Mary to get there a little quicker.
We all need to be as quiet as possible.
So you do?
Hondo, you could make Brawling invisible if you want, but that's one of your spells.
Yeah, why not?
Okay. And then you polymorph, Scott?
Then I'll polymorph Fern and I, and we will take what we did before. Actually, you don't have to do the invisibility thing because we're going to be dragging a giant goat. Like, don't worry, Hondo. You don't have to use it.
Oh, so don't cast it?
I don't know. What do you guys think? Well, it'll be like dragging a giant goat, Brawly, Gord, and Mary with the octopus, right? You know what? I have ink clouds, though. That's kind of fun. Let me look at that.
Brawly's not being dragged. Brawly has the pin.
Oh, that's right. That's right. So
you're
it's up to you. Dealer's choice.
And Gord. And then Fern is dragging Keith.
I'll cast it, you know.
Okay. Stealth checks all around. Allie, you have advantage. And Kev has advantage, as he always does.
Fern is double exhausted, so just disadvantage, right?
Yeah, Fern has disadvantage. Allie technically also has disadvantage, so it's a straight roll. And Val, you have disadvantage.
23.
Gord's good.
Jesus, that was loud. It scared the shit out of me.
Fern also has disadvantage, and Keith has disadvantage.
Oh boy.
So double disadvantage for Allie and Scott.
Okay, this is my roll. Oh, nat 20, but I didn't get it.
3 seconds.
No worries. Okay, 10 for me. For Fernie boy.
Ooh, Fern
actually. Is that another 20? Motherfucker. I rolled 2 20s in a row and they're both disadvantaged.
Fern's at half speed.
Fern's at half speed. Now, he does get a swim speed, so like it doesn't change too much in this case, but Fern
he's just going 30 feet, basically.
He's
even a little less because if he's dragging Keith.
Talk out loud. Fern seems real tired. Do we need a Fern right now, or is Fern a liability?
We need Fern to get Keith there, just for now.
Okay, sorry. So stealth check from Gord and Mary, totally fine. Hondo, what was yours?
14 and 15, so 29.
Yeah, you're invisible.
Do I cast the spell slot then for invisibility?
That's up to you.
Yes, just one.
Okay.
You said you gave it to Brawly, that gave her advantage.
Yeah.
So Allie was a straight roll for disadvantage from exhaustion, advantage from invisibility. What was your stealth?
So it was 14 for me and 16 for Keith.
Okay. And Val, what were your 2 final rolls?
Mine was 11 and Fern's was 16.
Okay.
But if anything gets spooky scary, I'm gonna pee out some ink.
As you guys are moving, you take a large berth around the edge of the city, and you kind of work your way through the buildings and work your way out of the city proper and kind of into like an open terrain. And you start just kind of booking it in this open terrain with Mary kind of pointing out where it is this ship was and Hondo kind of leading the charge. As you guys are moving, the sound of that kind of drone continues, but you hear shifting, that like echoing shifting of rubber and leather over itself, like shifting of tendril and shifting of body, and it just kind of grating on stone. You hear movement from within the cathedral, and everyone just doubles down and books it to the ship. The sound doesn't cease until you're just shy of the ship, and it just kind of slows, but it echoes still out. You're not sure if it's fully awakened, if it just readjusted and settled back down, or if it's now on another hunt.
I can't take this fucking game. I can't take this fucking game tonight.
But time passes, the polymorphs end, and the Kraken has yet to emerge. For the purposes of expediency, if you guys are going to hunker down in this ship, and recast water breathing.
Yes.
We can jump ahead to the evening.
Oh boy.
Jump ahead to the late afternoon anyways. Unless there's anything you guys want to do, you can let me know. We'll just
Could I have taken a short rest just to get that bardic back?
Yeah, you guys are going to be short resting for a while here. Easy enough. There's a sound that carries over the ocean as you guys are resting after this several hours of quiet and just pressure and uncomfortable just conditions. You hear this tone. It's far off and it begins to grow louder and louder, but it's coming from the city direction. And through the cracks in the ship, you can vaguely see light from the city. It's kind of faintly kind of billowing out of the city. Even using your passive perceptions at this distance, you can see 3 distinct trails of light and figures in the dark. Just processions. One that shifts almost over top of this ship, headed towards the city. One from the far right, across the way from the cathedral, headed towards the city. And one that took the exact path that you were led down through the core of the city. They all kind of seem to converge and dive down on that central city district. You gather, there's a minimum 300 figures of sea creature and merrow, upwards of 500, all gathered from seemingly multiple different reefs and settlements around Seafarer's End. And they've all gathered here. There's a fervor of activity that kind of shakes the ground, just kind of quakes ever so slightly. And that droning ceased. The sound coming from the city is rhythmic, similar in a way to the sound that the figures made at the plinth overlooking where the Kraken slumbers. But reminiscent of song. Can I get Valentine, Gord, and Hondo to throw me an Arcana check? Val, yeah.
5?
Oof, 5.
14 with disadvantage. I rolled a 2.
It can't be 5. Isn't Gord's Arcana check ridiculous?
Not without the book.
Oh. I thought it was cut off at the beginning of what he was saying.
So 6 and 3, 9.
Okay.
14 is the highest.
Well, it's difficult, but it happens for such a long period of time while you guys are waiting. It happens from the first point that creatures begin to arrive, and for the next basically 3 hours that creatures are slowly filtering into the city. It's just continued, and it's gotten louder as more and more creatures have joined into this kind of rhythmic chant. The reason it's familiar and what you're gathering is there's some through line of arcane element, partially divine, partially arcane, but all old magic. And it's through this tone that you're gathering that same frequency that you got from hearing that you would hear when someone was to sing the Dead Man's Song, the Ode to the Deep. They follow the same kind of trajectory and lilting tone. You're not sure if Oberon picked that up from these creatures or sheer happenstance, or he tapped into something dark and ominous. But the two share this same wavelength. And as it's been many hours now, as you settle in here, you watch a dark shape shift from the cathedral, and water kicks out, pushes all of you in your space. You can just see from the light of the city a shape rise up on the plinth overlooking, multiple tentacles reaching up and over, and the sound of the city just breaks out into loud, raucous cheers. The Kraken has made its way to the city. What do you do?
Can we see it?
Silhouetted.
Yeah. And is it making its way out?
It's kind of rising up on the top of the monument.
Guys, this is it. This is fucking it. Hondo, Mary. So I inspire Hondo. Hondo, you should inspire Mary.
Nope.
And is Gord coming with us, just in case?
I think so, just in case.
Someone.
Yeah, I'll come.
Okay. You guys are you're gonna beeline to the cathedral.
Allie, you might want to make Keith chuck that potion.
Yep.
Click.
Go ahead and roll a d4.
Okay.
Mary, take the lightning resistance potion.
Yes, I'll take that now.
Okay. Mary has resistance to lightning for an hour.
How long is how long is
4 hours.
Sweet boy.
Keith reduces in size immediately to a stuffed plushy version of Keith.
Oh.
He's
Check out our merch store. Check out our merch store.
I wish that would be so great.
His little bells on his horns are teeny tiny.
Oh God. We
and
definitely put the gauze in to muffle those bells.
Yeah.
Oh God.
You're
he
still
just
a sweet boy.
nuzzles into Allie. Fern also kind of nuzzles him, but you can see the look in Fern's eye. Fern is fucking exhausted.
I give the compass thing to
Wayfinder Sphere.
Which one of you wants it? Which one of you wants the Wayfinder Sphere?
It's only.
I guess Hondo needs
right?
to do it.
If
It
it's magic.
It should be Hondo. Well, does he have more than a second?
It lasts. I want to point out too, like the locates last for 10 minutes, so you could kick it off now and have it up.
Okay, so someone could, in theory, it's a once a day for free.
Yes.
With
And
no
then
spell.
subsequently after, it costs spell slots.
Could you do it the other way? Could you do the spell one first and then the free one? Because we have 2 items we have to find.
Mhm.
So we can start looking just blindly.
But Hondo doesn't have any spell slots above 2, so I could do it now.
Gord,
Hondo won't be able to do. Oh, yeah, this is the creature version. This is 4 and above. Sorry, continue.
does Gord have silence? Or do you have silence?
Let me check. I don't think so.
Or did you used to when you were hard?
No, I don't think so. Not anymore.
Oh, shit.
Let's plan.
I'm
Gotta
honestly,
do it, guys.
I know, but I'm wondering, do we just all fucking go, even if some people wait slightly outside the building, because silence is going to be fucking important if we start moving shit.
I'm just worried, what if we cast silence and it stops some sort of tune we can't hear that the baby Kraken's making,
I'm saying on.
and then the mom notices.
Okay.
But us closer is not a bad idea.
Let us get a head start, maybe.
Yeah, we'll be in with radio shot. Gord, this could be your chance if you wanted to do the feline agility far step thing. I don't want you to burn a spell though if you don't need to, but
No, I think that's going to be better. Of the oh shit, we need to get the fuck out of here. How do we get to
I mean,
each
he
other
can
as
use
close as
feline
possible?
agility. It's like once until he doesn't move for a full round. So it gives him like a quick burst right now. It's not going to
stop for 6 seconds and then quick burst. Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be better off just continuously dashing. I mean, he can kick it off and then continuously dash. But so to confirm once more, Hondo, Gord, Mary, you're making your way into the cathedral while Valentine, Fern, Keith, and Allie stay in the ship for the time being.
Yeah, I just want to check one thing. Sorry. Okay, this spell. What's the range on it? 30 feet.
What about this? What if we get close Sorry, my cat's being a huge dink. If we get close and there is an easy way in where you could wait just outside, like say there's a window or something where you can see inside and stick to the side of the walls. Code word. Give me a really quiet one-word code word. Fuck it. I'm just.
Fish.
Sure. Go fish.
My concern is us just getting there because we're not as stealthy as you guys.
That's what I mean. But if we can get there first, if there is a situation where it'll be up to you whether you decide you want to come. But if there's an easy in, I can let you know. Okay. And very quickly and quietly so that we don't have to worry about.
Okay. I believe in you guys. You're gonna do great. Remember, heist, not fight. I'm also looking at you when I say this, Hondo. You guys can do it. Go get those fucking relics.
Or die trying.
No, don't die.
Hondo, Mary, Gord, I'd like stealth checks from you guys.
Oh, 28.
Add a boy, Gordo. I didn't. You already have inspo. Wait. Hondo has inspo. What happened? He throw up?
No, he stole my D20. I am not rolling on D&D Beyond. It has fucked me too many times. Give me 1 second. I have to dig under my couch.
I gave inspo to Hondo. Hondo gave inspo to you. I was just giving an inspiring speech, but not the feat. Just straight up inspiring speech.
And what was your total?
15 and 13, 28.
Wow, 228s.
228s.
That's pretty good. Mary, don't fuck it up.
I know.
Fuck.
I haven't used my luck yet today. I used it last night.
Yeah.
Natural 20.
You just rolled a natural 20?
I did.
You guys begin.
For a 20, yes, doesn't matter, but I guess 31.
You guys begin darting across open, dark ocean. There's nothing to hide behind. You're relying purely on speed and agility to make your way across 400 feet of sand and small rock and small outcroppings of planet. If you were to get caught here, you're caught. You move as quickly as you can. Hondo taking point given his natural ability and being admittedly the quickest. Mary using just every ounce of your agility that you can, and the light of the armor just pushing you forward, giving you that extra boost. Gord's feeling agility just kicking off as he just keeps pace. You guys crest into within 30 feet of this wall. We'll call this the eastern wall. Hondo, technically, you would get there first. Go ahead and make a perception check for me.
Could we have primed the sphere thing with a third from me or whatever?
Sure. Which one are you focusing on?
I will do Stormbreaker.
Okay. And then hand it off to who?
I'll hand it to Mary.
Okay.
I'll make sure that it's smothered. Because it sheds a light, right?
Yeah, there's about a 10-foot radius aura of light.
I'll just take one of my random bags and just sling it over my shoulder and keep it in there so I can like peek at it like you're peeking at your cell phone, like without trying to show light.
It's okay. Mary, you can sense as Valentine kind of hands you the sphere and imbues it with some magic. Immediately you get a sense of the direction of Stormbreaker. And as you guys kick off, it is indeed inside the cathedral. It's in that direction.
Oh, thank God. Fuck.
You guys begin just tearing ass. You make your way within the edge. Hondo, go ahead and make that perception check at the eastern wall.
Come on, H.
You get there first. Mary, it still is dead on course.
Yeah, I would say like I look at it, put it away, and I'm not going to bother taking it out until we're behind cover again.
Okay.
H, that's one of the things you can take a 10 on.
Yep, so 22, 10 and 12.
As you get there first, within 30 feet, down here, within 30 feet is the best you're getting for light, and really it's within 15 that you're getting good light. As you get within that wall, there is some light from within. It's similar to firelight, which is odd given being so deep undersea. And you follow that firelight. You can see, you have a choice, obviously. You can make your way and crest up and over and down into what you know to be a massive opening above in the central portion of the cathedral, and you guys can do that as you wish. But on this eastern wall, you do see a small, what looks like a small room of this cathedral, where there would have been maybe stained glass windows, or there would have been some kind of some kind of structure, probably a stained glass window. It looks like the archway of something like that. And through it, you can just make out this very faint firelight, and it's giving you a point of entry. It's wide enough, simple, like a window size. Any of you could swim through it as a point of entry. Do you guys go through that, or at least go to that, or do you want to go up and above?
The light.
Okay, Hondo taking point, unless Gord or Mary fight that. The Wayfinder Sphere is still pointing inside as the three of you make your way to this edge. Within, you can see, within a cathedral. It is relatively massive inside and oddly lit. You can see just beyond the entry of this, you can see there's a stairway down from gorgeous, at one time, opulent kind of doors. These massive, heavy doors that would have opened onto this cathedral walkway and altar on the right side. As you look within, you can see two statue figures with hands held aloft, each of them within their hand holding like a globe, like the sun that burns continually with flame. These statues, they are deific in some proportion. They stand flanking either side of this stairway that descends, that would be on the north entryway. Beyond that, you can just see an extension of stone, and then in the center of the room, immediately, given the low light in here, it's difficult to make out, but you can just make out this kind of altar and rising kind of structure of rock and fallen debris. It's difficult to make your way full sight beyond that, but that's what you can make out immediately.
Can I do a quick investigation for any like traps or things that could signal?
Absolutely. Go ahead. As the three of you post up just on the outside, your hearts are pounding. You're still technically within sight of the Kraken if it should turn around. You're on the eastern wall, and it's almost a beeline, several hundred feet through dark ocean. What was the total?
16 and 11, 27.
Okay. You quickly cast a glance up, and you can see the Kraken's tendrils have risen up, and you can hear the scraping of stone, and you can hear like the cheering from a crowd beyond. This heavy guttural. It sounds savage and mad. But you can hear the scraping of wood, stone, the clinking of metal, all kind of echoing and scattering. It's pulling your attention for about a moment, but you pull back to the focus at hand. Immediately beyond the window here, you can see like a kind of a kelp forest. I'll give you a little bit of perspective. This kelp, Hondo, it doesn't quite look like it should.
Oh my god.
Wicked.
Oh, this looks dope. Oh, fuck me.
This kelp forest, you can tell, is jagged, and you guys are coming in at that upper kind of middle point, right here, through these windows.
Can you go, we don't see that actually. You just want to point again?
Yep.
Oh, gotcha, perfect.
So in these windows here, you
okay,
come in and you can see this pile of this forest of kelp. And Hondo, you can tell immediately that it's a little different than standard kelp, almost as if the edges are jagged and easily could slash through exposed skin. You also see kind of almost feel more than see. A current runs through the central portion of this altar room, this temple. A continually fast-moving water is rushing around the center of this room. You still don't have good line of sight on that central kind of pile. However, within this current, fast-moving, you see this large creature, elongated, squid-like, 6-8 tentacles, all just kicking and fast moving and swinging very, very quickly around this space. And with that as well, you can just kind of hear the scuttling of like crab claws on stone. And in the far right corner, the shifting and swishing of fins in the water, though you have no line of sight yet. You can see this is not an empty cathedral. And I think, as much as I'm so happy to show off this,
no,
we're gonna pick up here next game.
Oh shit!
As Hondo, Mary, and Gord stand on the outskirts of this temple, this Kraken's lair at the bottom of Seafarer's End. Next time. Thanks for tuning in. Join us next time as the Wildcards initiate their relic heist beneath the waves, fleeing and or fighting the gathered merrow devotees, the Child of the Maw, and the Kraken herself. There will be a new episode up every Tuesday, so stay tuned. But until then, keep exploring.